Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Space4Impact kickoff event. We're really happy to present to you today our Space4Impact initiative. And we have about a day to convince you that space and space technology in general do have a positive impact on Earth. So traditionally, space technology and space exploration have been funded by public funding, by the space agencies, by NASA, by ESA, the European Space Agency. But recently, we've been witnessing a change in the sector, in the economy, in the space economy. We are witnessing more and more commercial activities. You all heard of SpaceX rockets and the fact that many try to decrease the price of launch. So launching infrastructures in space is becoming less and less expensive. And this is a drastic change in the sector, which drives a lot of changes and also the increase of private investments into the sector. So we are witnessing now for more than 10 years, especially in the US, but also worldwide, more and more private investment into the space sector. So private investments, and especially during the COVID crisis right now, we've seen that investing into sustainable project is the most secure and interesting way of making money. And today we want to convince you that investing in space technology is also a way of investing into impactful projects. Many space projects and technologies have a positive impact on Earth. There is many applications, many projects illustrating that. We will have great speakers today talking about some of them. I just wanted to pinpoint one application here. On the upper left, we will talk about precision agriculture in this case, where farmers can benefit from Earth observation images, public images coming from Sentinels and Landsats, satellites from ESA, the European Commission, and NASA. So these images are open source and they help basically farmers to better assess the quality of their soils, to better monitor the crops, to better decide when to use fertilizer, and even to know when to harvest their crops. So this is just one example, and there is many more. You will hear more examples over the day from speakers that have real life experience in these fields. But the question is that there is a lot of applications and business opportunities for space technologies on Earth, but not so many real examples in the non-space industry so far. And that's really what we want to tackle here with Space4Impact. We want to help space technologies to enter new markets and disrupt these markets and really show that there is a positive impact using these technologies. To do that, we bring together different stakeholders coming from new space startups or new space companies that have great technologies, great product. We bring them together with organizations and institutions, but we also want to put them together with investors, space investors, but also non-space investors, investors from the impact field. And finally, we want to bring in some corporates, non-space corporates that could benefit from space technologies that probably haven't heard of all the applications of space technologies yet. And that's really the goal of today, to raise this awareness about space technologies. And to do that, we want to do that on a digital platform, which we are launching today. You will discover this platform all over the day and a bit later in my presentation as well. So our values, we are international, so we have an international scope. We want to help new space company entering new markets all around the globe. We're also a social company and a non-profit, and we want to stay a non-profit, meaning that we want to reinvest our potential profits into meaningful projects with an impact, and more importantly, we want to assess this impact. So all projects that we conduct or the impact of space technology, we want to assess this impact in a meaningful way. So behind Space4Impact, there is the Swiss Space Center and the ESA Business Incubator in Switzerland. Both of them helps to spin out technologies from academia and create successful startups and new space companies. Space4Impact wants to act first on a global level, so not only in Switzerland, but also worldwide. And where we want to act is when the technology and the space technologies come back to Earth. We want to help new space companies to enter new markets, and we want to raise awareness in the non-space industries about space technologies for impactful applications. In September, we closed the call for new space companies that wanted to join our ecosystem. We had many applications. We had to select only a few of the companies applying to the call. Here you have a map of a few of them that were entering our ecosystem in September. You will discover a few of them this afternoon during the startup competition. So some of the startups will be pitching this afternoon. As you can see on the map, there is many different type of technologies and space applications, and we're really happy to have this international scope of new space companies coming from 22 countries. So today we're sitting here on Earth in 2020. This is our timeline with Space4Impact. We are launching today our digital platform, and we have our Space4Impact kickoff event. We're really happy to have you here, either on the Space4Impact platform, but also following us on our LinkedIn Live. The goal with Space4Impact is really to grow our ecosystem in the next year. Also try to run pilot projects linking new space companies and non-space actors. So we really want to bring these technologies into new markets and help the different actors to do so. The following years, we want to grow this to a critical level to improve our impact, but also we want to develop an education program. So we want to really raise awareness about space technology and do that in a very well-defined way. On the long-term view, we want to assess our impact with our projects and the impact of space technology. So we want to work on a space impact label, and this is really our long-term view. And we will come back to you in the coming years about that. So all this work has been done thanks to the support of the Swiss Space Center and the ESA Business Incubator, both in Switzerland, but also other partners like E2MC and Alkelio. You will meet all the partners today during the event. We also have the chance to have great advisors that follow us. But today I wanted to thank especially our partners that allowed us to run this kickoff event and to launch Space4Impact. So I want to thank EPFL Tech4Impact. You'll also meet someone from EPFL Tech4Impact in a panel discussion later on. I want to thank Canton Vaud, that you will meet again during the startup competition this afternoon, but I want to thank especially the Foreign Affairs Department of Switzerland, and you will learn more about the Foreign Affairs Department activities just after my talk with the next speaker. So today is the launch of our Space4Impact platform and our kickoff event. We have more than 160 participants on the platform coming from 24 countries worldwide. We have many more people following us live on LinkedIn. So thank you for being here. We're really happy to have you on board. Since I have your attention, I wanted to give a small introduction about the digital platform that we're launching today. For those on LinkedIn, if you want to join our ecosystem, you can always email us and we will onboard you on the platform. For those on the platform, please stay with me. So you are probably watching the live on YouTube here on this landing page. So when you log in into the platform, you end up in this landing page. On the right side of the video, you have a chat where you can communicate with the speakers during the event. So you can ask your questions. There will be also polls popping up during the day. It's very important, the polls, especially during the startup competition, where we will ask you to vote for the startups. If you scroll down, you have access to the agenda. And I will come back to that a bit later. So this is the first tab called Event when you log in. The second tab is called Participants. You will have access to all people registered on the platform, and you can direct message them, so you can communicate with each actor of the ecosystem that we are creating. This is really important, and please try to talk to each other. The third tab is about the marketplace. So we give the opportunity to each member, each entity on the platform to advertise their product or advertise their request. If they're looking for collaboration, for example, if they're looking for seed funding, or if they selling some services, everything can be found on the marketplace. Finally, on the bottom, we have 4 categories, which represent the 4 type of stakeholders in our ecosystem: new space companies, startups, basically corporates from the non-space sector that we want to grow this ecosystem of non-space corporates over the years, investors that invest in space and some that don't invest in space yet, also institutions and NGOs. Finally, during the day, I want to ask you to make sure that your profile is well edited. So you can at any time edit it on the upper left corner of the platform by clicking on your picture or on your name. Everything is supposed to be editable. So please have a look at your profile, make sure that all the informations are correct. Also, if you want to advertise one of your products or if you want to state one of your requests, you can always go into the matching tab and add a solution or a request. Also, you can edit the one that you already posted when setting up your profile. Everything is editable again. Finally, if you come back to the event tab, just below the YouTube video, you have a link for the second day. For those that will attend the workshop, there is a link for the WebEx call for tomorrow. Please don't click on that today. Just keep following us on YouTube for today. Also, there is a second button where you can register for speed dating B2B meetings. If when you registered to the kickoff event, you stated that you wanted to be part of the B2B meetings, which will be tomorrow afternoon, you will basically be registered by default. And you can edit your registration, so you can basically rate all the products, so all the people in the ecosystem or the entities in the ecosystem, you can rate the products, decide if you really want to meet them. You can tweak a bit the algorithm by rating them. You have until 4 p.m. to do that, to tweak a bit the algorithm, and then at 6 p.m. tonight, you will receive the agenda for tomorrow. If you change your mind and you don't have time tomorrow to go for the B2B meetings, you can always cancel your registration on the bottom here, on the bottom right. So the goal with the platform is to run many more events. This is our first one. This is our kickoff event, but we want to keep you on the platform and grow our ecosystem. So please change your settings and edit the notifications if you don't want to be spammed too much over the years. But also, if you want to leave us after this event, there is a way of doing that by using the bottom left corner and the chat bot there. So just tell us if you want to resign your profile. A small note for tomorrow for the workshops. So I talked before about the WebEx links for the workshops. Please don't click on it today, but tomorrow morning, if you want to join the workshops, we will ask you to be there before 9 a.m. just so we make sure that all the speakers and all the participants are connected before we start the day. Before joining the call, there is a way of making sure that your name is the right one on the screen. So on the upper left corner of WebEx, there is a way of editing your name. Make sure that you have the right name. And most importantly, please be sure to be muted when entering the call so you don't appear on the main screen directly. So today for the kickoff event, we have amazing speakers. You will meet them all over the day. I don't want to say more. We will introduce them just afterward. Thanks a lot to all the speakers for being here today. We are really excited to hear you. We will also have 2 great panel discussions, one on space entrepreneurs with an impact, and another one about investors from the space sector, but also investors that are not investing in space yet. Finally, I want to thank our partners for the kickoff event. I said it already, EPFL Tech4Impact that we will meet later during the panel discussion, Canton Vaud that you will meet this afternoon with the startup competition, and most importantly, the Foreign Affairs Department of Switzerland. And here I want to introduce our next speakers, Dr. Natália Archinard, who holds the space portfolio at the Foreign Affairs Department of Switzerland. She has been leading the Swiss delegation to the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUOS, for more than a decade, and she serves as the chair of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee of COPUOS for the period 2020 and 2021. Dr. Archinard is a member of the Swiss delegations to the European Space Agency, ESA, including at ministerial level and to the United Nations General Assembly First and Fourth Committees. At national level, she is involved in the design and the implementation of the Swiss space policy.
Thank you, Gaetan, for the kind introduction, and I apologize for this technical problem. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to say a few words in the name of the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs at the opening of this kickoff event. First of all, I'd like to send warm greetings to all participants connected from around the world. Let's hope that next time we can all meet in Switzerland. For many outside of this virtual room, space is the fascination we feel when looking up into the sky at night. Space, however, is also a fantastic provider of powerful data and high-tech applications which prove tremendously useful to help solve challenges on Earth. Indeed, space technologies are key drivers for enhancing the well-being of society, strengthening the management of resources, and fostering a sustainable economic growth. The coming day and a half will showcase satellite applications developed by smaller and larger companies from the national and international scenes. By raising awareness and forging synergies, the Space4Impact initiative will help bridge the gap between the space ecosystem and the investment sector in a contribution to widespread the benefits of space technologies. Convinced of the potential of these technologies, the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs has decided to support the Space4Impact initiative because its objectives are aligned with Switzerland's efforts at global level and within the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, UNOOSA. This committee, UNOOSA, is currently developing a Space 2030 agenda aiming at fostering access to space and enhancing the use of space technologies for attaining the goals of the UN global agendas, like the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Leveraging space-related innovation and enhancing space-derived economic benefits will also be part of the Space 2030 Agenda. UNOOSA has furthermore developed guidelines aiming at enhancing the long-term sustainability of outer space activities, a goal to which Switzerland is committed. It may seem an evidence to say it, but access to satellite data and space applications cannot be realized without satellites. That is why special attention needs to be given to promoting sustainable and responsible conduct in outer space. The implementation of the long-term sustainability guidelines of COPWOS will contribute to ensure a more sustainable use of outer space on the long term. Further work on this topic will be pursued at COPWOS with the strong involvement of Switzerland. Before concluding, allow me to thank the Swiss Space Center and all actors involved in this event, especially ESA Business Incubation Center, ISABIC Switzerland, which is a co-founder of the Space4Impact initiative. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Mrs. Simonetta Di Pippo, our upcoming keynote speaker. Her statement will be delivered in a pre-recorded video. Mrs. Di Pippo is the Director of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, where she leads the Office strategic and programmatic activities and advises the UN Secretary-General with respect to space affairs. Prior to joining USA, Mrs. Di Pippo served as Director of Human Spaceflight at the European Space Agency and previously as Director of the Observation of the Universe at the Italian National Space Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a fruitful event. Enjoy and get inspired. Now, Simonetta, please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to join you for the Space4Impact kickoff event. I would like to thank the organizers for extending this invitation. At the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, we understand the value of bringing policymakers, entrepreneurs, and finance sector at the same table. Such platforms are crucial to ensure that the right mix of stakeholders are coming together with a common interest, seeking ways of enhancing the role of space technologies for global socio-economic sustainable development. The space sector is growing exponentially. We have witnessed a revolution in the last 10 years. Rapid technological developments and decreasing costs have driven new dynamics in the sector. We have moved from traditional space activities to new frontiers, exploring the solar system, building lunar landers, nanosatellites, and reusable rockets, just to name a few. Of course, we cannot forget the progress being made in data and connectivity that space is also accelerating around the world. In short, over the last 60 years of exploring, studying, and utilizing space, we have open access to a phenomenal resource that continues to create value and benefits to livelihoods around the world. It is this basket of benefits that we are referring to when we talk about space economy. As the UN dedicated space entity, UNOOSA works across the legal, policy, scientific, and technical elements of international cooperation in space. Space economy has already featured in the work of UNOOSA alongside space society, space accessibility, and space diplomacy for many years. More recently, however, we launched the Space Economy Initiative to provide a multi-stakeholder platform for the commercial space sector from established and emerging spacefaring nations to come together at the same table. Bringing the entire space economy community under the umbrella of the United Nations puts these economic development issues at the heart of the work alongside the legal policy and technical work stream of UNOOSA. Such an approach is crucial for supporting responsible, sustainable growth of the global space economy. The Space Economy Initiative spans all frontiers of UNOOSA programmatic activities. The initiative is designed to raise awareness about the contribution space is making to the global economy and the socio-economic growth, supporting countries scale up this growth to deliver strong, responsible, and sustainable national space economies, and fostering inclusive international cooperation. The global space sector itself, with its so many positive spillovers, is boosting economic growth and accelerating sustainable development. Space activities drive innovation. They create new markets and industrial capabilities, provide job opportunities, and rely heavily on academic research and development. Overall, the space industry is worth more than $400 million, and several analysts expect further growth, seeing space becoming a $1 trillion industry by 2050. The economic value of space has grown by about 60% in the last 10 years, as compared to 35% growth of the global GDP, underlining that space benefits extend notably to the wider economy. The space economy is growing everywhere, including in emerging contexts. It is estimated that the African space economy will grow over 40% in the next 5 years. Yet, we need to ensure that such development is done in a sustainable and responsible manner across the globe. In the past, space activities had mainly concerned governments and space agencies, with public funding being the first, if not solely, source of investment. Space activities are difficult, expensive, and risky to undertake. Yet, we have witnessed an increase in the number and type of actors joining the space arena. The pendulum is now swinging strongly towards a multi-player ecosystem of public and private stakeholders who are collectively contributing to the space economy. To give an idea of the phenomenon, more than half of the small satellites launched since 2012 were non-governmental, and about a quarter of the space economy is government budget, with 3/4 of the sector driven by industry. To explore this complex topic in more detail, we organized a series of 7 webinars entirely dedicated to the space economy from June to September this year. Drawing on public and private sector experts, we unpacked how different countries are strengthening their respective space sectors, focusing mainly on how to scale up commercial entities, access to finance, the nexus between government, industry, and academia for innovation and growth, and international cooperation. All these considerations were taken while looking at the current global developments, including how space economies can play a key role in responding to COVID-19 as countries seek to build back better. In what many are calling the Great Reset, space is a key sector as we start to reimagine a post-COVID world. The space sector is underwriting new ways to live, work, and play, opening new avenues for generating economic and social well-being. In the context of COVID-19, in fact, space has already played an incredible role to help us deal with the pandemic. Satellite-based communication have enabled telehealth and telemedicine, as well as remote working arrangements. Navigation and positioning services through the GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite Systems, allowed us to monitoring compliance with different measures adopted by states in the effort to curb the negative consequences of COVID-19. And thanks to space-based Earth observation, we have been able to monitor the impact of the economic slowdown. 2020 will certainly stand out as a year of major transformation. The COVID-19 has clearly proven a difficult challenge, and while we face it, we must also take it as an opportunity to rethink our priorities and identify where change, is most needed to ensure that we leave no one behind. It is this great reset that we have to focus on as we recover from this crisis. We need to share the same agendas and goals, bringing forward sustainability, equality, and innovation. And in this context, space represents an incredible opportunity to support our endeavors. More than ever before, countries must embrace global cooperation. No country alone, no matter how wealthy and technological developed, can successfully address COVID-19, and only by working together we can tackle this great challenge. While UNOOSA, with its unique convening power, gathers the voices of all the relevant stakeholders. So what we can truly make the most out of what space is able to offer, ensuring that together we find and implement solutions to current challenges. In these difficult times, multilateralism is the only way forward. The future in space is bright. Like our partners at Space4Impact, we also believe that space really can do more for Earth. The prosperity of the global space economy is in the best interest of all stakeholders. Developing new space operations benefit the society at large, far beyond the short-term returns in space economy. The space environment is not different from any other resource, and it has its limits. It is crucial, therefore, that such development is done in a responsible and sustainable way to ensure that our efforts to bring the benefits of space to everyone, everywhere, can continue for many generations to come.
Thank you, Director Di Pippo, for your kind words and your inspiring speech. I also want to thank the UNOOSA office for your support since the beginning of the Space4Impact initiative. Thank you very much for your support here. Following this inspiring speech, I want to introduce our next speaker, Professor Claude Nicollier. It's our great pleasure to have you with us today. So a few words about Claude Nicollier, who is an astrophysicist, but also trained as a Swiss Air Force pilot and as an airline pilot. Claude was selected in 1978 in the first group of astronauts of the European Space Agency, then was detached to NASA for training on the space shuttle. He served as a crew member on 4 shuttle missions in the 90s, including 2 on-orbit interventions on the Hubble Space Telescope. He is currently a member of the Swiss Space Center in Switzerland and an honorary professor at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. Thank you, Claude.
Okay, thank you very much, Gaetan, for these kind words, and thank you for the invitation to Space4Impact kickoff event, and thank you, Natália and Simonetta, for your talks. I will talk about, oops, excuse me. Hold on 1 second. I will talk about a few of the key words that have been used in the talk of Simonetta, and I will just expand on these keywords and show some examples of recent space achievement and plans for upcoming space adventures using these keywords. And I must say I add 2 key words, inspiration and the emotional aspect, which of course has been very present in my space activities, but also I think in any space activity, whether it's unmanned, manned, whether it's for space utilization or exploration, there's always inspiration and emotions. I mean, these are the achievement and project that I will talk about specifically. Of course, I will summarize because I have about 15 minutes, but I'll talk about Sentinel-6, which was launched recently. I'll talk about the cheaper access to space, which is a great feature that has come up with the involvement of private companies, mainly in the US. I'll talk about Axiom Station, which will be added to ISS for commercial and private purposes. I'll talk about active debris removal and Clear Space One mission to the moon, going to the moon pretty soon, and solar system exploration. Now, the Sentinel-6 spacecraft is the last one of a series of Sentinel spacecraft to do Earth observation, and the Sentinel-6 specifically has as an objective to do measurement of the level of the sea. As we know, with the global warming, sea levels are slowly rising a few millimeters per year, and it's very important to monitor the sea level rise because it's not the same all over the world. There are variations that it's very important in order to take proper measures to protect populations living in low-lying area close to the coast or at the coast to have an accurate measurement of the change in the sea level. And this spacecraft was launched just 4 days ago, November 21st, from California, Vandenberg Air Force Base with the Falcon 9 rocket, SpaceX Falcon 9. And it's a cooperation project between ESA, NASA, the NOAA, and UMETSAT Corporation, with also CNES being involved. So that's definitely cooperation between several nations and several groups and institutions. It's definitely a program that goes in the direction of sustainability and protection of planet Earth. Now, the launch was very spectacular, and as every launch of Falcon 9, we have the recovery of the first stage. And I will show you on the next video. The launch is going to be accelerated. You see a nice landscape in California and the ocean, the Pacific Ocean in the background. You see the launch accelerated once again, and shortly afterwards you'll see the recovery of the first stage, which will come back from the upper left and land on the platform in the vicinity of the launch pad. So that's a really spectacular video. Let's go for it.
There it is!
Wow.
Okay, the next video shows the same thing. It's a recovery of the first stage of Falcon 9. But it is first we'll have a quick view from outside, and then that first stage looking down, and you see the approach to the platform, and you'll hear the comment by the people who are watching this. This is really an amazing achievement of SpaceX to be able to recover the first stage of Falcon 9, and also they did recover the 2 boosters in the first stage of Falcon Heavy in the past. And let's go for the video.
There it is!
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Coming in at an angle and just straightening out. What do you think, Jesse? That's amazing.
Oh my goodness. I might cry right now. This is so incredible. Every time I see this, it's just
slowing down so perfectly.
perfect.
Just hovering. There's the sonic booms we talked about, and touchdown.
Oh my we heard that.
Oh, that was
yes.
And Falcon 9 has landed at LZ4. Landing operators proceed
Beautiful.
into 11.100 on recovery 2.
I'm a little teary-eyed right now.
Okay, another subject, but also very exciting, and also an achievement of SpaceX that has been using the Dragon capsule to resupply with freight and cargo the International Space Station over the last few years, very successfully. And for the first time, they used the Crew Dragon a few months ago for a test flight with 2 astronauts on board. And more recently, about a week ago, they had the first operational mission carrying 4 astronauts, 2 American men, 1 American woman, and 1 Japanese astronaut on board the SpaceX Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. You see here a view of the very advanced flight deck of the Crew Dragon with a touchscreen. Whenever it's flown manually, it's flown using a touchscreen, pretty much like a smartphone or iPhone. But basically, the whole operation is automatic, and you see also the very fancy spacesuit that they have, very different from the big, heavy orange suits we had on the space shuttle. You see here the docking of the Crew Dragon on the International Space Station. It's in the middle of the screen, and on the left-hand side, you see the forward portion of ISS. You see it's very complex, but in the foreground, you have the Columbus module, the European component of ISS. In the bottom, you have 1 resupply vehicle, a Cygnus vehicle, and the node 2 behind the Columbus module, and the Crew Dragon docked to the forward portion of node 2. And I took this picture about a week ago. This was November 17 at 5 o'clock in the morning, as I was watching the docking of the Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. And this is from a camera located behind the 2 crew members, the commander on the left side and the pilot on the right-hand side. And you see they are not doing anything. They have their hands joined, and they are watching the automatic docking of Crew Dragon to ISS. This is amazing achievement and very, very high-level technology. Now, let's go to another feature concerning the International Space Station. As you know, the end of utilization of ISS by the partners, NASA, ESA, the Roscosmos, the Canadian Space Agency, and JAXA from Japan, is planned by the end of this decade, around 2030. But before that, there will be modules added through a company named Axiom, which will add module to ISS, which will have commercial purposes and private utilization purposes. On the right-hand side, you see the existing portion of ISS, including the Kibo module from Japan. And this is the forward portion of the existing ISS. And these Axiom modules have been added on this view, including Super Cupola, which is in the bottom here, which is even bigger than the cupola we have now on the International Space Station. And again, this company has an objective to add module for commercial and private purposes. And at some point in the early 30s, there will be a detachment of the Axiom modules from the existing International Space Station. It's going to be an autonomous space station, of course, with added solar arrays, because whenever it will be attached, it will use the electrical power from the existing solar arrays of ISS. But when it detaches, it will have its own solar arrays to generate electrical power. So the purpose is to use this station for commercial purposes and for space tourism after 2030. Another subject I want to touch briefly is space debris. The space debris nightmare. I mean, there are not as many space debris as you can see on this picture, but obviously something has to be done in order to clean up space and to make access to space possible in the future, and not having a high risk of collision with the space debris, because it will be very costly, and of course it will be a big negative, it will have a big negative impact on any space activity in the future if we don't take care of this problem. A lot of people are working on this, including regulations for space traffic management, but there is an interesting mission that has been taken by ESA. It originated at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, EPFL, and through then startup Clear Space. The mandate is to remove from space one large debris, which is Vespa. It's a Vega rocket secondary payload adapter. And the plan is to do this by about 2025. And you see here the geometry, the possible geometry of the spacecraft that will capture Vega and deorbit it. And it's still not known whether we'll have a deorbit of the chaser and the target together, or whether the chaser will just give a kickoff to Vespa so that it deorbits by itself. And then the chaser, the clear space spacecraft, will go and deorbit other debris afterwards. The goal, of course, is to remove big debris from space, but if possible, with a chaser that can be used several times for several big debris. I go to another subject. Again, I want to present a variety of subjects in this short presentation. To the moon, we'll go back to the moon. Of course, for the US, it's going back to the moon. For the other partners, it's going to the moon. That's a very exciting picture taken during the Apollo program. And it's the Artemis program that has been launched a few years ago in the US. The idea being to use the moon in order to prepare to go further to Mars in the future, in about 10 to 15 years from now, moon to Mars. And the goal of the Artemis program is to bring an American woman, American man on the south pole of the moon by 2024. But very recently, there has been a so-called Artemis Accord signed with the partners of this program, pretty much in the same style as the ISS Accord, an agreement signed between the US and Europe and Canada and Japan. Russia, not yet, but it may come in the future. Now, the idea is to go to the south pole of the moon. And why the south pole? If you are anywhere away from one of the poles, north or south pole, on the moon, the problem is that you have one day with the sun above the horizon for about 2 weeks. And then worse, for the next 2 weeks, you are in the shadow of the moon, and it's very, very, very cold. So there's a big advantage of being in the south or the north pole, preferably the south pole, because there are more craters in the south. And you have here a view of the south pole. And if you go to the rim of a crater, you can be in permanent sunlight. And if you go inside the crater, you can be in shadow. So you have the choice of being in the shadow or in the sun if you are in the south pole. And that's the goal of the first Artemis mission, and probably the establishment of a human occupied station and a moon village in the south pole. Now, there's another advantage at the South Pole. Inside craters, which are permanently in shadow, we have ice. This is detected by the Moon Reconnaissance Orbiter and other spacecraft. This is a view of ice, Tintin, gliding on an ice formation on the moon. This is published in Tintin, On a marché sur la Lune in 1954. Hergé already knew that there was ice on the moon. Now, one of the components of this Artemis project is a so-called gateway. It's going to be kind of an intermediate station between Earth and the surface of the moon. It's a spacecraft to which the Orion module, US Orion module with the ESA provided service module, will dock, and there will be accommodation for the crew. There will be possibility of getting electrical power and refueling the spacecraft before detaching the lunar module that will land on the surface of the moon. Now, there are various commercial companies that are working on different geometries of lunar landers. This is one possible version developed by Dynetics. And again, there's a cooperation between several nations in this program, and there's a very significant involvement of private companies. Even Toyota is designing and will be providing a vehicle that will allow displacement of people and a cargo on the surface of the moon, a rover for displacement on the surface of our satellite. Now, of course, there will be a lot of activities that will be needed in order to allow communication, navigation at and in the vicinity of the South Pole human station, multinational South Pole human station. And ESA is working on some possible means for communication and navigation. This is described in this short video, Moonlight, Connecting Earth with the Moon. Go. Now there's another project that SpaceX is undertaking. It's a so-called Starship spacecraft project. This is independently of the needs of NASA. As I was talking before, Falcon 9 and the Dragon, the Crew Dragon, are serving the needs of NASA for supply of cargo and bringing people to the International Space Station from US soil. But in parallel, SpaceX is developing a new rocket, the Starship, that should allow to take people to the moon, to Mars, and very large cargo. The payload capability in low Earth orbit is larger than 100 tons. Now you see the upper stage of Starship being tested in a facility in Boca Chica in South Texas. I put factory quote unquote because it doesn't look like a factory, but this is where the rocket is being built and tested. And this is a full Starship with the first stage on the bottom and the second stage on the top, the second stage that we saw before in Boca Chica. And that's going to be a fully reusable rocket. Not only the first stage will be reused, but obviously the second stage as well. And you see here an artist's view of second stages of the Starship spacecraft located on the surface of Mars. It's going to be quite interesting to imagine the landing of the second stage because it will come after the re-entry in the atmosphere, whether it is on Earth or on the Mars atmosphere. Then it will have to do a kind of a flip maneuver upwards and then come down and land on the surface in the attitude that you can see here. Quite an interesting project and quite fascinating. But in fact, let's face it, fully reusable rockets were not invented by Elon Musk and his engineers at SpaceX, but by Hergé. Again, On a marché sur la Lune, published in 1954. And this was a nuclear-powered rocket lifting off from somewhere in the Eastern Europe and landing on the moon, then coming back to Earth and fully reusable. Space exploration, yes, it is really very exciting. All these projects, whether it's robotic exploration or human exploration of the solar system, really exciting. But let us take good care, planet Earth, with space assets playing an essential role for health monitoring of our habitats. Now, this is the last picture that I want to see. It's a fascinating picture taken by Voyager 1, as it was about 6 billion kilometers away from the sun, so outside of the solar system or in the vast periphery of the solar system, about 40 astronomical units away from Earth. And this is the Earth seen from Voyager 1 as a pale blue dot. Carl Sagan has written a book that has this title, The Pale Blue Dot. And I quote Carl Sagan, "Look again at that dot, that's here, that's home, that's us." Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Claude Nicollier, for this amazing presentation, inspiring. I hope there is a lot of people following us and that will get inspired by this presentation and this perspective on space explorations. We received a few questions from the audience on the platform using our Slido chat there. Claude, if you have a bit of time to stay with us, I'm going to just read one or two of them.
I'd be happy to stay.
Thank you. So the first question there is going to be about space tourism. How do you see space tourism? And do you think it will help space exploration with dragging new funding into the space field?
Yeah, I think no doubt it will bring more funding. I think the idea of giving the possibility to a non-astronaut to go to space and experience by themselves the amazing sensation of being in space, whether it's a weightlessness or the incredible views of the Earth and the sky from a low Earth orbit, and seeing a lot of sunrises and sunsets, and possibly going EVA even at some point. I think opening up a space to non-astronauts is a very positive development, and there's no doubt that it will bring funding also for space. Absolutely no doubt about that.
Thank you, Claude. The second question is going to be about the moon, not Hergé's vision of the moon, but the future vision of the moon and a moon village. So how do you see the moon economy growing? What are the resources on the moon? And there is a second question on the same topic. What is the point of going to the moon? And what is the point of establishing a station there? What do we want to show?
Okay, I think as I mentioned very briefly, the idea of the Artemis program is really to get ready to go further away, to go to Mars, and that's a preparation step. But of course, there are a lot of things that we'll be able to do on the moon, typically to use it as a scientific station. For instance, to do radio astronomy from the far side of the moon, where you are properly shadowed from all of the radio noise that you have in the vicinity of the Earth and all the way to the moon in the visible side of the moon. On the other side, you would have completely quiet radio environment. And also, I've seen very recently the idea of having a very large telescope, an optical telescope, pretty much like the EELT, European Extremely Large Telescope, being installed in Chile by the European Southern Observatory. We could possibly have such a telescope on the moon. You don't need to have any adaptive optics to correct for atmospheric turbulence. And there are a lot of scientific activity that can take place on the surface of the moon. Now, the use of the lunar resources and bringing them back to Earth, some people talk about helium-3 being a possibility. I don't really know that's a possibility. But basically, preparation step before going to Mars on one hand and doing a lot of scientific activity from the surface of the moon. These are the main goals.
Thanks for all this information about space exploration, about going on the moon. We're looking forward to see that coming up in the coming years. Maybe just one last question before we take a break in 2 minutes. When we talk about space technologies, what about space technologies back on Earth? How do you see space as an inspiring topic for collaborations? Taking the example of maybe of ISS, how do you see space in general, space exploration as a goal and a model for our planet in the coming years and centuries?
Yeah, there are a lot of spin-offs. I mean, the space technologies are difficult technologies. They require a lot of development, and there are a lot of application of these technologies on Earth. Typically, what is happening currently on the International Space Station, there is a recycling of all the fluids. The astronauts drink their urine after some treatment, and all the technology developed there for treatment of the waters to get clean, potable water out of used water are very useful technologies for planet Earth. And also, if we think about going to Mars, I am convinced that if you learn and know how to live on Mars in this rather hostile environment of planet Mars, you will know how to live properly and sustainably on planet Earth.
Thank you so much, Claude Nicollier, for this inspiring message. I want to stop your presentation here. If you agree with me, we will take a 10-minute break now. So I'll welcome you back in 10 minutes for the panel discussion led by Raphael Röttgen. Thank you so much for being with us, and see you in 10 minutes.
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Space4Impact inaugural event. By now, you've already heard from some prominent leaders of the space ecosystem how space is important for Earth. For example, by connecting unconnected people via satellite communications, or using Earth observation for climate change, or many other use cases, or producing innovative new materials like pharmaceuticals in microgravity. However, none of this would be possible without entrepreneurs pursuing business models that have such positive impact. And that brings us to our first panel discussion of today, the Space Entrepreneurs Panel. We've had a hard time choosing because, frankly, there is so many prominent space entrepreneurs around whose companies have positive impact. But I'm thrilled that we found a good selection, and it's also a geographic mix, as well as a mix of interesting business models. We have my friend Thomas Grubler, the CEO and co-founder of Aurora Tech from Bavaria. We have from right here in Switzerland, from Zug, Eugenia Balisheva, the CEO of Photon. We have from the Luxembourg outpost of US company Hydrosat, Vanessa da Silva and Albert Abello. From the other side of what we call the Röstigraben in Switzerland, the French-speaking side, we have Fabien Jordan, the CEO and founder of Astrocast. And last not least, we have Agnieszka Lukacek, a senior director of European affairs for US company Planet. Welcome, everybody. Guys, all of your companies have positive impact here on Earth. And I would like to kick off this panel by understanding what exactly this is. So if you can give us maybe a couple of minutes explaining your business model and precisely how it has that positive impact here on life on Earth. Why don't we start with Agnieszka?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Very happy to be here. Indeed, we do believe that we have a positive impact on Earth, on the life on Earth. And this pretty much started with the founders of Planet, who started this company with a mission to make, as cheesy as it sounds, make this world a little bit a better place. And so we are a mission-driven company. This company was created not to, not with profits in mind, but with really making an impact. Obviously, we have to make money to sustain what we're doing. So we are a commercial entity after all. But the goal here is really to have an impact. And there are different ways that we're doing that. First of all, we believe in transparent planet. We believe that what you cannot fix what you cannot see. So it's very important to have a awareness of what is happening on Earth so that we can tackle those challenges and make informed decisions. We have identified that 13 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals can be addressed with Earth observation, and we're trying to do that. Therefore, we are working with various governments and various entities around the world to provide our data to meet those challenges. We're working with UN, the European Union, the World Bank, lots of different NGOs and think tanks to do exactly that. Just recently, for instance, to give you an example, we signed a contract with Norway and FAO to provide our data to 64 countries that have tropical forests to manage forestry. So what happens is that Norway and FAO is buying our data, and then they're distributing it to these 64 countries so that they can really know what is happening with their forests. So this is just one of the examples.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Maybe Vanessa or Albert, if you want to go next for a couple of minutes.
All right, good morning. Thank you for having us this morning. So Hydrosat, similarly to Planet, has identified that Earth observation is the key to unlocking a lot of value here on Earth. And particularly what we've noticed is that while there is a wide range of different sources of data that are used, particularly satellite-based data, there's a little bit of a hole in terms of thermal infrared, particularly thermal infrared that is usable in a commercial application. So in terms of accuracy, revisit time, coverage, thermal gives a little bit of a different perspective. And here at Hydrosat, we're trying to harness that. So we're approaching it from two different perspectives. On the one hand, our team in the US is focused on our flight segment, so we're actually going to be providing that proprietary data ourselves. And the other element of that is the data analytics. And that's the portion that we're working on here in Luxembourg. So based on that data analytics, we are looking right now to focus on two different products. The first one is yield prediction. So being able to say weeks, months ahead of schedule with very, very high accuracy what the yield is going to be. And at the same time, irrigation management is also getting quite a lot of work on it. So being able to give farmers, weekly updates and eventually daily updates on when and how much to irrigate their fields. And both of these products, align really nicely with all of the UN Sustainability Development Goals that aim to provide, clean water, reduce clean water usage, and eventually there's this whole chain that gets affected. So in terms of being able to provide, food, in order to improve management of food supplies, and eventually we are also looking, and Albert might be able to discuss a little bit more later on, at doing a little bit of work in a couple of other products, particularly around wildfire monitoring, drought prevention. The possibilities are endless. So in addition to the thermal component, we are also looking at applying a lot of data fusion techniques. So we're also looking at incorporating other data sources, including weather forecast. And right now we're under contract with ESA, and they are helping us through our research and development for these two particular products, so the yield forecasting and the irrigation management. And we're looking to launch our flight segment about a year from now, maybe a little bit more.
Great, thank you, Vanessa. We have to move on to the next company. So, right. Eugenia, why don't you tell us how Photon provides positive impact on Earth?
Sure. Good morning to everyone. Very glad to be here. So Photon is an enabler company in this space because when we speak about Earth observation these days, everyone speaks about data, about how images are great to be great helpers for us to monitor and change for the better land, atmosphere, and marine environment. However, the amount of data is significantly left on the side, like we will cope with it somehow. But already today, just by the European Space Agency's Copernicus programs, there are 12 terabytes of data produced daily. And this amount will grow with the requirements of a higher resolution or more data points for imaging, more sophisticated imagery. And as we all know, in the world of media files, the highest quality brings the biggest file size. And here where a lot of companies are stuck, because for today's we use a lot of lossy compression techniques, which allow for humans to look at the data and analyze it. However, with the amount produced, more and more machines looking at images, and the existing compression technologies are not suitable for machine vision. And this is where Photon comes to the light, because we use a proprietary compression technology which allows to compress raw image data up to 10 times with no information loss. We have just, I think it's yesterday, that the confirmation of the validation by the European Space Agency has been published on the European Space Agency's website. So we are collaborating with ESA on the validation of this technology for the space sector. This tech has been used already widely in biotech, for example, but however, here the requirements and the stakes are higher. What we think that can bring introducing this compression technology on satellite, obviously the optimization of the resources, because we can use the same infrastructure to send much more data. Then data is very expensive and will be even more expensive for the transmission and starting of use of cloud. I think NASA had a great example recently how much actually image data will cost. So it's not a very democratic tool. Making it smaller, make it much more transferable, make it more democratic, and gives more access to more countries or more scientists or more researchers the Earth observation data. So this is what drives us mostly, and optimization of the resources is definitely a goal number one for implementing raw image compression.
Great, thank you very much, Eugenia. So Fabien, Internet of Things, this obviously is a giant market, lots of use cases. Maybe you can tell us about some of those which have positive impact here.
Yes, absolutely. And thanks for having me. Glad to be part of this discussion. So few words about Astrocast. We are a satellite operator based in Switzerland and in the US. We are operating a fleet of nanosatellites to provide IoT communication services globally. And really the goal was to extend the coverage to the whole planet, because today only 10 to 15% of the planet is covered by terrestrial networks. So and satellite is the only way you can send data in these remote areas, and it is still very expensive today. So this is about to change with Astrocast. Thanks to our system, you can now connect any devices on the planet that is equipped with our low-cost communication module that looks like this. So this unlocks not only fantastic business opportunities, but most importantly, it allows us to have a real impact on some of global and persistent challenges. Whether we talk about climate change, air or water pollution, or even the pandemic, we're talking about global issues that need to be addressed with adequate tools and means. And by nature, a global constellation of nanosatellites in low Earth orbit is very well suited to have a positive impact on these global major issues. So we have many customers who are actually either studying the climate change or directly impacted by the effects of the climate change. We're talking about companies monitoring, wildlife, tracking migrations of animals. We are talking about companies trying to eradicate bovine disease by connecting livestock, millions of animals all over the planet. We're talking about detection and monitoring of wildfires. It's absolutely key to be able to detect a bushfire or a forest fire as soon as it starts. We're talking about weather stations globally, or floating station like buoys, environmental buoys on the ocean. We're also talking about cold chain monitoring. For example, if you have to ship a vaccine or some drugs in remote warm areas, you have to make sure it remains cold until it reaches the person that needs that vaccine. And still today, a lot of vaccines and drugs are wasted because they don't remain cold all the way. So this is something that has to be improved.
Terrific. Yeah. Terrific, Fabien. Lots of use cases, as we can already tell. And finally, our last guest to present his company, and I think he's going to tell us about wildfires. It's Thomas.
Thanks, Raphael, for the invitation to this event and for setting up this panel of these awesome guests. Yeah, although we are mainly started and are still active in this thermal infrared field, we also found out that we need to focus on a very pressing issue, so wildfires. Wildfires are not only caused by climate change, they're also accelerating climate change. And although wildfires are a very natural issue, due to heating, due to the global warming, they are also now pressing in the northern areas. So we even saw the first wildfires in I think Sweden last year and so on. So wildfires are really going into areas where it's not so normal, and we are helping to manage wildfires in these areas. So we provide a wildfire service to our customers, which is really one of the quickest one in detecting fires based on mainly space data. So we analyze space data from several satellite systems and try to be the first one to find fires in very large areas. As there, we have customers. We are now also helping in Australia in areas where really no one is at the moment able to overlook the forest, and we can then provide a solution to detect fires and detect if they are going, for example, in direction of a city and then really harming someone. So this is our first and main product at the moment we are working on.
Thank you, Thomas. And thanks to all of you. I think, as the audience can tell, all of you have come up with business models that have the potential to have tangible positive impact here on Earth. Now, one of the things that we try to do at Space4Impact that we believe in is that to really achieve this positive impact, we have to create an ecosystem of entities who all have that same goal. And that involves you guys, the startups, but it also involves the corporate customers that most of you have. It involves investors, and it involves the public sector and also academia. So I quickly would like to touch for 2 or 3 questions on that, the question on building that ecosystem. So why don't we start with the corporate customers that most of you have. I'm curious how it is working with them, whether they understand your technologies, whether they're accessible, and what your experience has been. So maybe, Thomas, why don't I just continue with you? Because I know obviously detecting wildfires, I think you're working, for example, a lot with the insurance sector. So maybe you can give us a couple of seconds how your experience has been in terms of breaking into that customer sector.
Interestingly, insurance sectors at the moment not our main customer, although everyone thinks this is the main customer. We have 2 customer groups. On the one hand, of course, the governmental customers and the businesses. So businesses, on the one hand, they have a huge forests of like 1 million of hectares plantages, and they are really observing it on their own as they really have a loss in revenue if there's 1 hectare burning. And we're helping, and there it's quite obvious that they are really looking for the newest technologies and on the edge. And on the other hand, yeah, most of our customers are governmental customers. And what we observed is that these governmental customers are actually not really, they don't know that there is the possibility to detect fires from space, or that this could potentially be a very good addition to flying around with a plane and looking out from watchtowers. And so what we experienced is that they're actually quite interested as they like space. I mean, everyone likes space. So it's a very good point to come into it. But at the other hand, we always had to prove it. We were now really several times able to prove it with exact test fires at customer sites, and or where customers really reported, we saved them X euros of losses. So it takes some time to prove it, but I really see that space data, as we now also have to prove, we see that there's a huge change in understanding on this topic.
Great. I'm going to ask the similar question to Vanessa, because I mean, your customers as well. I mean, you're working with thermal infrared. I mean, if you arrive at your average corporate, they may be going like, what the hell is this? What has your experience been in trying to sell your solution and market your solution to corporate customers, and maybe any lessons learned?
So our experience has been a little bit mixed. We've noticed that certain customers are actually very knowledgeable, and depending on the type of customer, depending on the size of the corporation, certain customers, particularly for our yield prediction product, are already very well informed. And in fact, some of them even have entire teams and departments in-house that have started to try and develop certain algorithms on their own. And so with those customers, our conversations are very different, and it's more of a value add. So how can our thermal component, enhance the insights that they are already producing on their own? And then on the other hand, we also have different types of customers, as Thomas was saying, where we actually need to prove, the usefulness of space data, and that groundwork is a lot more extensive. There's a whole layer of educating each other, so understanding what our customers' needs are, because if we're coming at it from a space perspective, suddenly we need to learn a lot about agriculture, we need to learn about how farms run, what issues they run into, and how we might be able to solve them. And particularly, they can then learn, space imagery can be useful, and we need to explain that direct impact. So if we put it in terms of the actual end result will be increased yield, reduce costs that are, tied to irrigation. So not just less water costs, but, energy savings, labor savings. If we can translate it into those terms, then they tend to be, wowed by it. But there's this extra layer of education with some of the customers. It's true.
Great. Thank you. And I want to switch to one of our other important stakeholders groups, which is the investors. And, I think all of you basically are dependent on outside investing. I think probably the one who's sort of furthest along in the financing timeline, if I'm not mistaken, is probably Astrocast and Fabien. Hence, I'm gonna ask you, what has your experience been working with investors? Do they understand what you're doing in terms of space-based IoT communications, and how do you think about that?
Yeah, well, they do understand what we're trying to achieve. They do understand the ambition and the impact that we can have. We're talking with a very wide range of investors, and I have to say that I've seen many, especially on the the private investors, the family offices. I've seen a lot of them being seriously concerned about global change, CO2 emissions, and they want to have an impact. We're very happy to have several investors in our company that are very supportive of these values and very aligned with our values. And I think it's very nice to see that more and more impact funds are active and getting more and more important in the discussions. Not all of them, obviously. What still always drives the discussion is the business itself. But now what we see, we were talking about the large corporates and among the customers that we have, we also see that some of them are really impacted by these global issues, and they need to find solutions. They need to improve the automation, the predictive maintenance, etc. And they also think about investing more massively in solutions that help them optimize fleet management, that help them avoid sending people in remote areas driving hundreds of kilometers to check on equipment, and try to save costs on this, and at the same time reduce significantly their carbon emissions.
Great, thank you. And then finally, another important stakeholder, of course, is the public sector in its various forms. And I'm going to ask Agnieszka, because I know that obviously Planet interfaces with the public sector at times, and also your personal history has a lot of public sector work. How is the public sector approach this whole thematic? How educated is it, and how much do they care about the impact which may come out of space technologies?
I think it's getting better and better. There's definitely this wave now where everybody is kind of realizing that the company planet Earth is on fire, and I mean fire, quote unquote, meaning that we have to act now in order to make some changes. I mean, you can one of the kind of obvious examples is the European Green Deal. The biggest priority of this commission, of the European Commission, is European Green Deal. So pretty much everything that EU is going to be doing, it should be done in a kind of ecological, green way to cut carbon emissions to zero by 2050. And that is really cross-sectoral. So it's not a vertical priority, it's really horizontal. And Earth observation is going to be one of the essential tools for that. So we are actually speaking with the European Commission how companies like ours can help. And there's a lot of openness for that discussion. So I think governments are really opening up, and because they know that they have to act. We were a little bit worried actually that the pandemic is gonna put that in the back burner a little bit, because obviously pandemic is an urgent issue now, but sustainability doesn't stop and pause because there's a pandemic. So we have to act in parallel, and that is happening for sure. The World Economic Forum is also very much engaged. So there is a light in the tunnel for sure.
Great, thank you. And finally, Eugenia, you can pick any of these stakeholder groups we talked about, and maybe your experience, how it's been working with either corporates in the public sector.
Yeah, so actually we are interacting with all of them, and I think the common line would be that we saw a huge change in the last 2 to 3 years. So when we were pitching the company to the investors, or to the academia, or to some public bodies, there was a lot of There are a lot of open questions, and the need in sustainable solutions for the space sector were not, especially for the Earth observation data, were not so obvious. Whilst, for a good example, pitching to the investor, I could spend quite a lot of time explaining the problem. Now one slide is enough, and everyone starts to nod straight away once you just define it. Because with the growth of data, with the growth of companies using this data, there is obviously an understanding in optimization, or a need on optimization to how to manage it.
A follow-on question: which stakeholder group do you think is easiest to work with, and why?
Surprisingly enough, is probably public organizations, like, for example, the European space agencies. I think they started to be, they have to embrace innovation, and they produce innovation themselves. So I think they were probably one of the fastest to start adopting to this new world, where you have to collaborate with startups to get the newest technology as fast as possible, and they have different programs to do so. Whilst with the corporations, sometimes a huge machine, so even if there is an individual will to participate, you still you need a half of the year to bypass the compliance sometimes, so just to start working together. So there is a change as well. So things start to get faster. Big corporations start to create the programs for young startups, where they can try to use new technologies. But I saw the fastest change probably in the public bodies.
Thank you. And I would like to ask one question to all of you, and if you can keep it sort of short and sweet in 1 minute or less, sort of now understanding our goal of building this ecosystem of all of these stakeholders to promote space technologies, and specifically the potential of space technologies for positive impact. What is one action you think we should be taking? Why don't we start, we just go back to Eugenia.
Well, I think the beginning to work on standardization of processes straight away would be a great help, actually, to establish a better ecosystem, because we can end up having a lot of companies producing different things, which don't, there is a bit of lack of interoperability. If we try to structure the process straight away since the very beginning, I think we can get faster and better results.
Great, that's a good one. Agnieszka, what do you think? One action?
Public-private partnerships. I think we're all in this together, and I don't think anybody can address these issues alone. And industry has a strong role to play. Public needs to be open to it. Industry can help a lot, but industry, obviously, to survive, needs to also have some sort of revenue. So I think public-private partnerships are the way to go forward.
That's another good one. Vanessa or Albert, what do you think?
Yeah, so I think I would say maybe increasing the awareness of both private and public sectors, and making them understand the importance of sustainable development. So as an example, this panel session has made us realize the importance of communication between different stakeholders, especially from what Eugenia and Fabian said, so the importance of facing new challenges. As an example, having increasingly big data sets for a hydrosat, so we can think of better methods of compressing data sent through a downlink, or if we have distributed sensors or data sets coming from different parts of the world, methods for sending them back to our database.
Great, thank you. Fabian, I saw you nodding, but you can also give your contribution of what do you think the actions that we could take?
Yeah, absolutely. So I also believe that we should make more efforts to try to combine our strengths. So this is why I think this kind of initiative is really important. I think if we can combine our different systems, we can bring a very powerful solution. Just looking at the startups and the industry, for one example, if you combine satellite imagery together with measurements on the ground with a network of sensors, this brings more value. It's very powerful to better manage water resources in agriculture, for example. So really spending more time looking at how we can combine the great systems that we've designed.
Great. And finally, Thomas, what do you think initiatives like Space4Impact should do? What actions should we take to build the ecosystem?
I would go a bit broader. So governments always have a big impact on what technologies are developed and where we are going with new inventions. Although startups and so have ideas, governments mostly decide which are developed quicker and which are developed faster. And what I would really like to see is that also the invitation to tenders of governments are very open formulated, so that governments say there is an issue for this and this problem, and everyone can propose solutions which are completely different. Doesn't need to be space, doesn't need to be non-space, but it should be completely open to innovation, and government should be really open in these public-private partnerships to test new ideas and like go in a experiment with 3 or 5 companies and test these 5 solutions, which are all will be completely different over summer, and decide, okay, this is the solution we are going in, and not really already doing in the public-private partnership saying this is the solution and we want to go for a tender there.
Great. So that includes another vote here for public-private partnerships, which we all already heard from Agnieszka. So I hope some of our public representatives for the public sectors are listening. So we have a few minutes for audience questions, and we did receive a few audience questions in the chat. The first one is actually for Agnieszka and Planet. Agnieszka, if you do this, how do you assess the impact that Planet's activities have on SDGs?
I mean, I think this is, I think it's a little bit earlier for assessment. This work, it's a long-term goal. I think, this is one of the things that we're not going to make sustainable. We're not going to make serious changes in kind of these sustainability issues overnight. So it's a long process, and this is something that we cannot assess overnight. I think one assessment that we can do is just the utilization of Earth observation data and procurement of Earth observation data, which is continuously growing. So clearly there is a need, there is an interest, and there is an impact that because that data is procured, that data is used. I do want to highlight that we're not working here alone. So we're not working in silos. Our data is not gonna change the world by itself. So it's in combination with all kinds of different data sources that need to be fused together, and working with other partners to make sure that we have the best available information out there. So that is something that again requires cooperation between public and private sectors.
Great. And then we have a question for Fabien and Astrocast. Fabien, where do you see the highest levels of customer interest? I guess that's from which industries, for which use case of your product?
Yeah, thank you. So initially, with the first service that we are offering, we see a massive opportunity in the agriculture and livestock industry, and as well as the maritime industry. And then as we launch more satellites and we reach better latency, the main part of our market will be connected vehicles and what we call a panic buttons application, like SOS system, like this personal tracker that you can use when you go hiking, or that can be used to provide safety to personnel. This is a market we can definitely address. And then, but IoT is very fragmented, so there's no killer app. You have to address several segments. We're talking about oil and gas, freight and storage, environmental and utilities. So that the many segments, the big ones are the one I just mentioned.
Okay, great. The next question is, with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic, do we think the call to build back better could support sustainability-driven space entrepreneurship? I gotta try to make sure that I fully understand this question. I think what that means, I mean, build back better is obviously the slogan of the incoming Biden administration. I guess I'm going to interpret that in this way. So both in the US, where we have a new incoming administration, but also in Europe, where the EU is obviously putting together large EU level, let's say, economic aid packages. Is there something on your wish list what you expect or what you would like to see from governments post-pandemic to support your efforts. Maybe Thomas, what do you think?
I think I already mentioned my wish of the very open tenders in the post-pandemic world. And I mean, we should not forget this issue. Also, after the pandemic, we should not forget that we have a climate issue and we should work on. We now learn that this is possible, that we can achieve something, and we learn we really learn what's possible. And I think we can work on this issue. We just need to understand that we have the problem and find a solution.
Vanessa or Albert, anything on your specific wish list to the big public entities?
So I totally agree with what Thomas said, and I think a good example of that is wildfire management application that both Thomas and we are working on. So I think a good example is the prediction and monitoring of severe droughts. So severe droughts are an increasing problem in the Earth. Climate change experts are telling us that this will be one of the main issues in the coming years. So space entrepreneurship and the launch of space imaging satellites can be of great help to achieve this.
Prof, can I shortly jump in, please?
Sure, go for it.
We just found out that we can develop a vaccine with the whole world all together, and probably have a lot of different vaccines now in the pipeline, which all have very good proofs. I think we could do the same also for climate change if we say this is an issue and be really open and just develop something. We can go in this direction. Thank you.
That's a really encouraging thing to say. Fabien, anything that you would like to see from the incoming US administration or the EU post pandemic?
Well, I think the main points have been highlighted, but I think especially for growing company startups, the support, continuing to support this initiative by not only injecting money, but thinking about all the needs of the typical needs of growing startups and scale-ups, and continue to support this fresh mind creating disruptive ideas, and that can really solve the persistent global issues that we have in front of us.
Great. Thank you. Guys, the panel is coming to an end. I would like to thank my six fantastic panelists from 5 companies who all have tangible positive impact. Yonerv, Agnieszka from Planet, Fabien from Astrocast, Vanessa and Albert from Hydrosat, Eugenia from .photon, and Thomas from Aurora Tech. I think this has been a great discussion, despite obviously not having a lot of time, and we have some, I think, really valid ideas we should follow up on, like, the public-private partnerships, the standardization, and the educational efforts. And I'm sure we'll hear more about that during the rest of the Space4Impact event today and tomorrow. It's now 10:49. We have a short break until 11 a.m. Zurich time, and then we will continue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for keeping to follow us on Space4Impact kickoff event. We're really happy to have you with us. We had successful talks and presentation this morning, a very interesting panel discussion just before the break. Right now, I want to introduce our next speaker, Isabelle Duvaux-Bechon, who is in charge of the relations with the ESA 22 member states, acting as their entry point to the agency. She's also in charge of the coordination of Global Challenges Initiative on Earth, covering sustainable development topics, security, but also addressing geographical challenges in the Arctic, in Antarctic, in the Alps, so in Switzerland, I guess, as well, in Africa, and all over the oceans. So Isabelle, we're very happy to have you with us today.
Good morning to all. I'm very happy to be there with you, even if virtually. And indeed, our aim is to help raising awareness. So even virtually, even if not together, raising awareness and connecting is important. I have the chance that a lot was said on ESA before by the former speakers. So I don't need to repeat a certain number of things, but build on that. And the aim for me is really to give you some hints and to give you the wish for you to look further and to try to find information and to work with that. Just as a first summary, we have the great chance to be active in all areas of space activities, and some were mentioned, but there are much more. We are active in what's called organized in 4 pillars. One pillar is science and exploration, so planetology, astronomy, human spaceflight, microgravity. Some was mentioned this morning by Claude. Safety and security is the new pillar that covers the space safety in space and making sure that the infrastructure will still work. Debris were mentioned also this morning. The environment of the Earth, it's also support to natural disasters and how space can support. And also what is linked to cyber and making sure that the infrastructure would be available. The third pillar is the classical one that was quite addressed this morning on applications with Earth observation, of course, navigation and telecommunication. And in order to be able to have all these activities and all these satellites, of course, you need enabling and support, that is launchers, that is operations of satellites and assist technologies. And all these elements are contributing to what can be done to support economic growth and to support sustainable development. All in all, our 2020 budget is 6.7 billion euro. Indeed, we have 22 member states, and Switzerland is one of them because we are not an agency of the European Union. And out of our budget, 85% at least is going back to industry. So there is really many opportunities, even if a lot are with large satellites. I cannot go on without some examples on the COVID, the impact of COVID on economy. And this is a website that was developed by ESA and the European Commission on Earth observation that has done some analysis with Earth observation data of the impact of economy. And just giving you 2 examples. So one example, I took the one in Switzerland, the Zurich airport that shows the number of flying airplanes. And you can see the impact on that. So from Earth observation, the impact on the navigation. And another example that is in Milan, Yes. The commercial centers and the number of parked cars in the commercial centers in Milano. So shows also this effect. So a lot can be obtained from space on what's happening. But it's not only Earth observation, it was also mentioned earlier. It's also here giving examples on navigation and telecommunication. These were open calls that were sent supported by UK and Italian space agency. The example on the left is having satellite communication that helps drones delivering medical supplies, having some secure air corridors, and delivering vaccine or equipment, limiting the connection and contact between people. And on the right, there are many different projects, but one of them is developing videos for young people and children to help them on the perception of the pandemic and the psychological effect of the pandemic. These are modifiable videos so that the child can choose and can make selections, and navigation information was used to tailor the content to the location, as the pandemic conditions depend on the region. They depend the conditions, so it's targeting it to the exact location where the young person is, and also supporting streamlining communication in health system. There are many more examples, but just to give you some. Now, of course, some of our aims and working on that is working with the non-space sector. And when I say non-space sector, is out of the traditional space industry, large and medium-sized companies. And we have two angles at ESA. One is on the user side and on the provider side. On the user side, we want to understand the needs and identify the synergy, be able to support the preparation of future program based on the needs, the bottom-up approach, and not only on what are the technological interests to develop new equipment. Also helping developing the downstream sector, the awareness, where we'll concentrate a bit on that later. So this bottom-up approach, we are working on it these days to prepare the next council at ministerial level that will get the next funding in 2022. And it's quite interesting on that. And it's addressing all types of actors at all types of levels. So it's really being as wide as possible, including specific actions towards the NGOs and their potential needs. An example linked to Earth observation, I don't know if you know about the PhilLab that was created in Esrin in Italy, which is a way to develop together, I mean, ESA experts and external experts, the future of Earth observation to really stress on innovation. Innovation was mentioned earlier, and many things really that can be done. And it was mentioned also, if I remember well this morning, this open data access policy that we have that has many different aims. So it's important for the students so that they can get real data and tools, important for science, important for the small companies that can get the data and build products, and also to the general public to get information, of course, if the data is a bit processed. A topic that is developing in Earth observation is the question of digital twins. I don't know if some of you are working on that. So we have 3 different digital twins being explored. One is digital twin Earth, so to have a model of the Earth to be able to assess the impact of any different policy, and also digital twin spacecraft and digital twin on the ESA as an organization. Going beyond Earth observation, there is a certain number of tools that were developed that are now grouped under what's called BAS, Business Application Space Solutions, with 3 main areas. One is the applications, business application, developing from Earth observation, telecommunication, navigation, human spaceflight. One is incubation, and the Swiss BIC is one partner here. And one is technology transfer. And just to give a few elements, for the space application, there are a certain number of ambassadors that were defined, wasn't based in Switzerland and all over Europe, to be able to support companies in addressing the program we have, how they could work with it, how ESA works, and how things could be done. So this is something that has to be explored. Technology transfer. This is something that is often forgotten or people don't know, is that many of the technologies that were developed for the satellites are transferable to Earth for other applications. There are hundreds of them that are available in many different topics. One was, I think, mentioned was linked, for example, to water treatment. There are today on Earth water treatment that is done from technologies developed for exploration. It's done in Morocco, it's done in Monaco, it's done in Concordia, Antarctic Station. So space technology on Earth that can support, in these cases, directly the Sustainable Development Goals. For Business Incubation Center, so it's the list, not really interesting, you can find out. But here what's interesting, it's the European network of these three areas. So you have the network of business incubation centers, you have the networks of innovation partners for technological transfer, and the network of ESA ambassadors. So Europe is quite well covered. If you do not find your way through these various means, there is something that was developed that is called the downstream gateway, that is supposed to be the entry point to ESA for those who do not know how to address ESA and where to find information. So this is a way they are also issuing some calls on some topics, for example, on smart cities, on other topics. But it's really the way, a place where for small companies can find their way and then be directed to the one that could help. We know that it's not easy for small companies. We know that sometimes there is a problem of financing, that we might have tools for very early cases or not. What was already developed is a website by which you can submit your ideas or answer to specific campaigns. Here you have an example of the active campaigns, at least of last week. I didn't check if some were closed since last week. But you can also post your ideas of something new, something different. And if it is judged as necessary, then there will be the possibility to do an open call and you can apply and you can get some funding. So you have to explore that, you have to find ideas. You see that there are very different ideas. Bottom right is for the building sector. You have some for the exploration, you have some for solar power, you have some for whatever ideas, using COTS components and so on. In terms of financing, so all these projects have different types of financing. Here I'm just mentioning something that is being developed is a work with the European Investment Bank to really address the famous valley of death, the various steps of creation of a company and growing a company, and be able to have the ESA backing to be able to support the de-risking. De-risking was mentioned earlier in the panel, to support the de-risking and support the good ideas to go to the whole chain until it is let's say, profitable. It's in our gene. I mean, we are there to support European industry, so it's really something that we are doing and developing. The slide will be available. We will be able to get them as a PDF, so don't try to read all of that. It's just that you have the information. Then, of course, I was just touching it before. SDG is one of the topics. It's one of the topics where we started already before the SDG was even adopted. We were working on sustainable development because we know that space activities are support to sustainable development. It was mentioned earlier that 13 of the 17 SDG can be supported by Earth observation. The 17 SDGs are supported by space activities. So Earth observation, telecom, navigation, human spaceflight, technologies, and so on. And we have built a catalog. To our knowledge, is the only available catalog in the world that makes this type of that gives this type of information available for free. There are more than 700 examples today, all types of size of examples. You can download any selection of them and find the contact points. We will soon include some 50 projects from the UK Space Agency, and the idea is to expand the catalog to all activities that were at some point in time supported by one of our member states. Yes, and so it's really something that is useful to find out ideas. Also important is that some of these ideas, they were developed, they were tested, they were working, but they might not have gone further because the market was not mature at the time. So you can find ideas. And my last slide is that we have also built web pages that are called Space4Earth by geographical area. So some of them, not all, not yet the Alps, but we will have the Alps when it will have expanded. And on health and sustainable development and energy, where you can find all last information from these activities that are linked to one of these areas. So if you are interested by SDG, just go there and you will find information, and there's a Twitter account that is associated to it. So it was short, it was quick, but thank you for your attention. And if there is no time for question, I can receive the question by mail. That I'm sure they will get there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you a lot, Isabelle. Thank you for covering all the ESA activities. As we can see, ESA is already in the topic for a long time, and we just have to follow and raise awareness about all the work from the European Space Agency. As you mentioned, we sadly have no time for the questions for the audience, and I will invite you to move on to the next stage and with the panel discussion led by Julia Binder. Just a few words about Julia Binder, who's the deputy to the vice president for innovation at EPFL. EPFL, the Swiss Institute of Technology in Lausanne, Switzerland. Julia is also leading the Tech4Impact initiative, initiative that inspired Space4Impact and the event of today. So thank you, Julia, for being here today, and we're looking forward to the panel.
Thank you so much, Gaetan, for this very kind introduction. We are actually very honored that Tech4Impact served as an inspiration for Space4Impact, and it's amazing to see how this event now is coming to life. And we had some very, very interesting speakers and panelists so far. I think it is very interesting to see how all of them emphasize the great potential that space technologies can have to advance a positive impact and to advance sustainable development. And what we will explore in this panel is, usually we have seen that traditionally space technologies are mostly financed by the public sector, but in the recent past we see that there's an quickly increasing interest also from private investors in space tech. At the same time, we see an increasing interest in impact investments, but both are rather niche investment cases so far. And what we want to explore in this panel is, could they actually be mutually reinforcing in a sense that can they benefit each other, and how can we bring different investors together to advance Space4Impact investments? We have a very, very interesting panel now with a very diverse set of speakers. I will quickly introduce each speaker, and then we will jump into the discussions. We have Gareth Keane with us, who is investor at Promos Ventures, Mathieu Coste, partner at Airbus Ventures, Risto Veirinen, head of family business community at the World Economic Forum. We have Sven Lingjerde, managing partner at Reference Capital, and Philip Schleger, who is corporate finance growth advisor at UBS. While Gareth and Matthew can be considered more as the experts on space tech investments, Risto is representing the impact investor side. And with Sven and Philip, we have more the traditional investors represented, with whom we're trying to understand what does it need to actually mainstream Space4Impact investments. Let us start with Gareth. Gareth, you have just decided to launch a new fund focused on space. Can you explain a little bit what drove this decision and what excites you particularly about investments in the space industry?
Of course. Thank you, Julia, and thank you to the organizers for inviting us to participate today. So Promos Ventures is a very active seed and an early stage venture capital investor with a team based globally across the US and Europe. And we typically fund exceptional entrepreneurs and teams who are working on solving really hard problems using what we call deep technology or frontier technology. So we didn't set out to become very active space investors. It's kind of not an accident, but a few years ago, it became pretty obvious that there were really smart entrepreneurs using data from space to generate value for enterprises with really, really interesting products. And that sort of took us down the path into becoming a very active investor in the space sector. And since that time, if we look at our portfolio of close to 80 companies worldwide, we probably have 12 or 13 companies that we classify as space or space adjacent in our portfolio. And these range from launch, where we have companies like Rocket Lab, which has successfully launched 16 missions and put 95 satellites into orbit already. We have companies like Spire and ICEYE, both of whom have a significant presence in Europe, who are running constellations in low Earth orbit. And then a whole host of downstream companies that are using data from space to help businesses make smart decisions. And typically these are in sectors that have been maybe underserved by technology in the past. You could think about agriculture or transportation and logistics, manufacturing. So for us, really, investments in space, which need to be providing a healthy financial return for us and our investors as LPs, are really driven by sort of the ability to generate value in these sectors. So we do think there is a lot of opportunity there for us as investors.
Thank you so much, Gareth. I think it's fascinating to see how this develops and very quickly becomes a very interesting investment case. And we have someone else, Mathieu, who I would invite now to share his perspective a little bit on the same question. Investments in space are at the heart of Airbus Ventures. That's what you mentioned to me. And from your expert perspective, what can you share with us? What do you consider are the big current trends in space investment? And which conventionally non-space industry, Gareth already mentioned a couple, have the highest potential to benefit from space application in the near future?
Thank you, Julia, for having us today to participate in this panel. So to answer your point, I think space and adjacent technology is a trend as such. And then if we dig one step deeper, we could split that between access to space, the platform being in space, and services. And both three angles are heavily fueled by private and public money and currently growing. So if I start with access to space, we see some companies like Rocket Lab, just mentioned by Gareth, who is promisingly accessing space. We'll see Astra in the US with the next launch plan on December the 7th. You got ESA in Europe. So beyond that, you got some deep disruption in the making with companies like Spin Launch. So this is driving a lot of capital. We can perceive that access to space will be much easier in the coming years with several offers. If you look at the platform itself, you see that all the components that make a successful, let's say, satellite or flying in space machine are doing good. We see propulsion systems for collision avoidance or moving payloads here to there, optical and communication payload that are driving a lot of capital, electronics as well. So all those subparts of the flying machine, the satellite, are being fueled by capital and promising technologies. And last but not least, which is the very important matter, is all what you can do with this space capability. And here you are more in a typical SaaS world or from data to insights. And this is impacting lots of industries. So we believe that mobility with automotive will be managed completely differently thanks to space as a capability that will enable new things, rescue industries at large. Earth monitoring is offering services from where can I park my car live to any kind of new things. And what's very nice in here is that it's far less capital intensive when the capability is installed, and anybody can come with very creative idea to offer services to business in the B2C world, but as well B2C. And this is driving a huge potential return for the VC we are, but for the global benefit of the users.
Thank you so much, Mathieu. Very interesting. I think this idea that access to space will become much more easy in the near future is something that will also drive further investments in this important industry. And I think this is where I would like to hand over the word to Philippe. Philippe, you have not been traditionally involved in, let's say, the space industry. Your strategic focus is on biotech, deep tech investments. What are the main challenges from your perspective? Because we've heard a lot about the great potential by Gareth and Mathieu that the space tech investments hold also when it comes to generating financial returns. What are the big challenges from your perspective in kind of getting involved in space investments? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, the word about is not investing directly, but we are supporting startup scale up in different sectors to find the right investors, private investors who are client investors, sometimes also institutional investors. So that shows that in the space industry, the most challenge for private people is to understand first the technology and in what they invest, and that shows that it is better and easier to invest in sectors and technology we understand. And in the space industry, we do not have such a lot of private investors who have this know-how, and that show that one of the challenges for the private investors in the space industry is certainly to understand the technology and the purpose. The second challenge for the private investors in the space industry for me is to be patient, because they are much more long-time revenue cycles, and maybe so. Private investors who would like to have a return in 5-7 years maybe has to wait much longer. So that's certainly maybe a challenge for these private investors. And that's true that there are a lot of other challenges, but another one is also the exit strategy for the private investors who is looking, in fact, not only to participate to an adventure, but he has to want to have more cash and to have an interesting exit.
Thank you, Philip. These are for sure three very interesting points that kind of, at the moment at least, keep us from mainstreaming investments into space tech. And I think this is something where we probably need to have a couple of years longer so that we can build up this expert knowledge that you're saying is still lacking in many ways when it comes to space technologies. I would like to now hand over to Sven. Sven, you have been part of the investment landscape for over 3 decades. You have largely shaped the European tech ecosystem. How important is space investing in Europe today? And do you see any major differences, because you are also very much involved in US investments, to the US when it comes to investing in the space industry? What are the major differences when you look at Europe and the US?
Yeah, hi. Very good. Maybe just the positioning who I'm representing. Reference Capital is basically advising large family with their venture capital investments. So we mainly invest in funds. And then we also do direct investments. The company was created by Dr. Juan Rada, the first dean of IMD, in 1983. So it makes it the oldest private capital company in Europe. And so we invest in also directly in some space companies. For instance, in a prior panel, you have Dot-Photon and Astrocast. These are 2 companies where I've invested. And we also work with experts in each of the segments of the industry that we're tackling. And for the space, we are working with José Achache as the responsible and our main advisors in that area. He's a former ESA executive. What is fundamental to answer your question, what is fundamental to understand when we look at an industry segment, such as space, it's a notion of timing. When I started 30 years ago, the space-related technologies were not really VC material. They were more for space agency, governments, large companies, because of the huge capex that it represented for any project. So at that time, it was costing hundreds of millions to launch the satellites. I would say that 18 years ago, when Elon Musk started SpaceX, that ignited the first revolution, I would say, of the space industry. And this is through a vision of privatization, reduction of space transportation costs, and which leads basically to commoditization of the space industry. And in 2017, the launch of the first reusable rocket represented really a big paradigm shift. And basically that opened completely a new area for the space industry. So I can say for VC, timing for investing in space, I think it's now. There is clearly a window. There is not too much competition. And there are some explosion on a number of projects. And this is really led by, I would say, the commoditization of the launcher. And if I can make an analogy with the internet, World Wide Web was basically enabled by the fact that internet was existing. So we are probably in space in the same time where there is an enablement and the commoditization of the launchers. And this basically, if we just look at the pure space area, it creates a huge amount of opportunities. I can, for instance, suggest that space communication is one of the huge opportunities. And there are many, many pieces that needs to be filled and now that are possible by the huge reduction of cost to launch. And if you've heard, for instance, one of our company, Astrocast, is now making a nanosatellite for a few hundred thousands. And this basically completely changed the paradigm shift in the IoT industry. So there are, VCs that can invest in hardware, but these are typically component rather than full system. And there are huge opportunities, and also there are a lot of software opportunities, like you've seen Duvaux-Bechon, which I'm very pleased to be amongst the early investors. Regarding the difference between Europe and US, what I can witness is many European companies are leading the way in terms of engineering. There is a lot of a long tradition of space engineers and the defense industry. But typically, US companies have a more commercial-oriented management and are better in execution. So, and they also in the US, you have probably more private investments. So therefore, I would suggest that blending Europe and US might be a very winning combination, because you can benefit on one hand of the technology developed by the European and basically access to market and the development of the company with the US side.
Thank you so much, Sven. I think it's very insightful. You mentioned repeatedly the notion of time that is very important when it comes to investment. What also stick very much with me is, I think, this idea that we can be complementary with the US kind of pushing these causes. And I think what serves as a very nice transition to our impact investor on the Augusto is you mentioned that the introduction of the reusable rocket was basically the paradigm shift went from public to private investment. And I think this whole notion of reusability also should strike Risto as something that he probably knows from his impact investor lens. And you focus your investments on impact. Can you explain to our audience in just a couple of sentences, what does impact investing mean for those who are not that familiar with the term? Why does it matter? And then strike the link to what is the relation between impact investing and space investing from your perspective?
Thank you, Julia. I mean, defining impact in this very short space of time, it's completely impossible and daunting task. Impact is defined by whoever the player, whoever you ask, really. But investment is return driven. So you look for return for your investor, monetary return, and then impact is something that the investor has to define for themselves. And for me, impact is defined that it also takes account of something else than monetary returns of your investment. And then looking as an investment portfolio, depending on the asset classes, you have to do certain compromises, let's say, in what level of impact you want to achieve. But I'm happy to return on that topic with a bit more time. But the fact is that impact is here. The tide has turned, or it has not only turned. We are talking about a real avalanche of interest and capital into the impact space. Great example, just a couple of weeks ago, UBS announcing that all their portfolios are now being driven towards ESG. There's also a lot of noise out there, but the real change is coming. And I just want to highlight also why is it coming, because the world is facing the biggest wealth transform in history. So 19 trillion of assets will be transformed from the baby boomers generation to the next generation. And looking at this scenery from the World Economic Family Community perspective, I can really see the change, and the future and current asset holders will claim impact as one of the first and foremost criteria, while still seeking market or close to market returns. When we talk about the returns, there is no any arguments left. There's 700 studies, there's meta studies of those studies proving that you don't have to make a trade-off between the return and the impact achieved. Another thing I want to say that really the role and the responsibility of the asset owner is crucial in this changing landscape. And a bit like the old state corporation used to have the mindset that we can do whatever we want, as long as we give a little bit away on our philanthropic activities. In the end, we build that school in Africa, or we do something with our foundation. The mindset has shifted. So the corporation's role and responsibility is to take care of all the stakeholders while delivering that profit to the shareholders. And I feel the investors need to bring in the same mindset as well. And then when we talk about the impact and space, I mean, this is a real communications issue. We're sitting for where I am. Also for challenge for you guys to start communicating better. So space and impact is really, really daunting for us to come in. For me, coming from investment side and having a career investing, still entering this space is a jump for me. And so really building bridges. And I only realized this recently that I'm actually investing in very space-driven ventures, because one of the companies, for example, is looking on carbon capture using satellites in space. But that's just a challenge for us and you to make sure that you include this new and growing pool of assets that are out there that not yet engaged. But thank you.
Thank you so much, Risto. And I think this was a very concrete call to our other participants. And I will give back the word to Gareth, asking you basically, Risto just mentioned in many ways, maybe building this bridge between space and impact investments is a communication issue and requires much more emphasis that actually you also invest in impact. Gareth, could you share what role does impact play in your investment decisions, and specifically in relation to your space investments?
Of course. I think you can think of that in sort of two different vectors that are quite closely related. Number one, we raise money as the venture capital investors from what we call our limited partners, who typically are large institutional investors. And they will often, almost always in fact, have an impact or ESG mandate in their investment decisions. So, we will be obviously prohibited from funding anything that involves child labor or, drift net fishing, all the sort of classic sort of big ticket ESG items. But there is sort of a general desire that investments we do make sort of contribute to or help to support things like the UN SDGs or some of the initiatives and goals the European Commission and the European Union has identified around ESG targets. On the flip side, I think for us, the impact of our investments is almost a de facto event, in that the companies that we're funding are making great financial return for our investors, and they're making big impacts on industries. But the sort of benefit of this from an ESG perspective is just a sort of a halo effect that we get from the investments that we make. Like a good example might be agriculture. I think the UN FAO has estimated that something like 30% of the food that the world produces goes to waste, somewhere between the field and the consumer, whether it's lost in production, lost in transportation, lost at retail, or thrown away by the consumer because it's spoiled and has gone rotten. Any efficiency that investments that we make into the ag tech sector can bring to that sort of production and value chain will have huge knock-on effects for some of the sort of very important SDG goals, like removing world hunger. I think the UN again has estimated that if we save something like a quarter of that waste, hunger gets eliminated worldwide. So as we look at investments that we're making using data and sort of input from space, such as automated harvesting or improved efficiency around transportation and logistics and sort of the cold chain value chain. All of those will have a huge impact, sort of almost by default, on some of the UN SDGs. So investments that we have made at Promise through our funds in companies like Swift Navigation, which is based in San Francisco, they're enabling agriculture and sort of large agricultural machinery manufacturers to be super precise with their GPS location data. And that, obviously takes a public good, the navigation constellations that various governments and organizations such as ESA with Galileo have funded over the years, and uses that data to generate value for enterprises and to sort of solve some of the issues and some of the challenges that have been highlighted by organizations like the UN with their SDGs. I think other examples would be companies, which with Mathieu at Airbus knows very well, like Spire, which is running a constellation of satellites, and they're focused on multiple different things. But they do everything from tracking maritime traffic using what's called an AIS transceiver, to making data available to organizations and to governments and government organizations to improve weather forecasting and climate change response. So again, very, very impactful and very empowering for a number of the SDGs that have been identified by the UN. So I think, Julia, just to summarize, it's really sort of a halo effect of the strong investments we make from a financial perspective, that they have this sort of knock-on benefit, which our investors like, for the UN SDGs.
Thank you, Gareth. I think very insightful comments. And I'm wondering, you mentioned that for you, impact obviously plays an important role. You define impact also a little bit as obviously not investing in anything that has a negative impact. This is something you exclude ex ante. And you also mentioned that for you, impact is almost like a by default criteria. I'm wondering whether this really addresses Risto's call for the communication issue, right? He says to build bridges, we need to be very explicit that we actually invest in impact. And Mathieu, I'm giving this word to you and asking you, how do you see what Gareth just said? Is it also by default an implicit criteria, or is it something you communicate upfront? And maybe you can add some examples where you say we really strike a bridge between space and impact in our investments.
No, you're fully right, and I agree with what you say. First, with Risto, I think we should be a bit more explicit in the way we craft that as a story when we discuss an investment. And to rebound on what Gary was saying, Airbus Ventures is a global early-stage deep tech venture capital firm. Playing in Americas, EMEA, and Asia Pac. And we do have several LPs. Airbus, obviously, is one of them, the corporate, but aside of Airbus, you got the Development Bank of Japan, or Mitsubishi, and other financial and industrial institutions. And it's true that we do have a fiduciary duty toward them to give some cash back in a return. But first, none of those large corporates or financial institutions want to have their name linked with something that will be detrimental to the future. So this is why I'm saying it's a kind of underlying. Second point, as an early stage deep tech VC, we invest in companies and we stay a year, 5 years, up to 10 years in the boardroom. And if the service or the hardware you are developing or offering is surely but slowly destroying part of the asset, the business will not last for 10 years. So without this impact angle, investment will not be made. Let me take two examples, very extreme example on impact and financial return. The first is a company called Atlas AI. It's a spin-off of the machine learning laboratory of Stanford University. And what they do, they run analytics on space imageries to offer agriculture's insight and then infrastructure, and they're moving toward insurance and health management for some African countries. So the goal here is to help those countries to better manage their forecast and their policy for the good and for the sake of the country. So this is one extreme example. And you see that if you sell insights in an African country, you will make money, but maybe less than if you would sell that in McKinsey or other institution. But this is very much the path they follow, and it's so far doing very well. If I take another extreme, we mentioned access to space. So with new rockets being manufactured and shortly launched to space, on a daily, on a weekly basis, all those rockets are burning fuel. We invested a couple of years in a company called Spin Lounge, who said, we want to use kinetic energy to spin a payload and to throw it to space without engine. When the idea came on the table, everybody was thinking they were just completely crazy. But we never saw any law of physics that make this concept impossible. And today the demonstrators are growing. They are manufacturing their site in the south of the USA. They're doing good. And with a set of batteries on the side, you spin the payload super fast, you throw it to space, and when your machine is slowing down, it recharges the batteries, and then you can launch again with a very limited energy consumption, even from the electricity side. Bottom line, we could find a way to access space every 8 hours, whatever the weather, without burning any carbon-based energy. So this is not demonstrated yet. The company is progressing, but it's funded, and this could generate a strong financial return, changing the way payloads can be thrown to space while protecting the planet not to burn fuel or do whatever in the atmosphere. Just to give you 2 extreme examples of the kind of things we're doing.
Thank you so much, Mathieu and Gareth as well. I think what you both highlight quite strongly is that you're already basically investing in Space4Impact, but maybe you're not upfront in saying this is an impact case, what we're investing here. And I would like to hand back to Risto to react to this. I mean, both Gareth and Mathieu mentioned a little bit this, it's not a hard investment criteria, but it's implicit in most of their investments. Their most successful cases are actually having by default this impact dimension. Is this something where you say, is this enough? Or is this where you believe we probably need a much harder investment criteria? So impact as a harder investment criteria.
Julie, I lost you there for a minute, but can you repeat the question? I lost you there for a crucial 10 seconds.
Absolutely, I will repeat this. So basically, I just said for Mathieu and Gareth, they both mentioned the implicity of impact, that mostly impact drives many of the investment decisions already, without necessarily saying that this is a hard criteria upfront. They say that by default, this drives the success of the investment cases. And my question to you was, do you feel that this is sufficient, or is this something where you believe we need to have a hard evaluation criteria that says we have impact as a very important hard criteria in our investment decision making?
My advice or my position for both parties would not to approach and not enter the debate, what is impact and how do I measure impact? It's like talking about climate change to a party that doesn't believe in it. And then you can waste not just hours, but weeks or even a lifetime trying to convince somebody who won't be convinced. What I would say for the company seeking the finance is that list 1, 2, 3 max clear criteria how you actually achieve an impact and how do you measure. And when investors pour in money to your project, then you can see that these are the concrete measures we do. Of course, add SDGs, what you have, those are crucial parts on communicating about that. But what investors want to see, that it is a real impact that led to measurable, something that we can measure. So that's the side for the company seeking the funding. And for the investor side, so I'm not alone, or there's a growing community of investors who really think that this is an inbuilt default, and there is no question about it. So I would argue that going forward, whether it's 3 years or 5 years, this is just a default. You need to have this thing baked in. And when it becomes natural, and maybe there will be a measurable, a common metric that we can all agree on, but I don't see that happening. There has been many, many great trials. Everybody knows many of them, but we don't have a measurable black and white criteria for the investors to use that, yes, this fulfills the impact criteria. So we're not getting there anytime soon. But what we do get it, we are at already. There is a lot of demand for these projects, and mapping your proposals in a way that you can talk the language of, let's say, the long-term capital, the long-term asset owners, and family businesses and family offices. I think this should be your first priority, rather than trying to make sure that, yes, we are focusing on or joining forces with something that is too abstract for both parties who often speak very different languages to agree on. So this would be kind of my take on it right now.
Thank you, Risto, and I agree. We could probably discuss for hours the need for measurements and similar KPIs for impact. But I would like to open it up also for questions from the audience, because we received a couple, and I will address one to Philip. And I wanted to say that Risto mentioned that for the next generation, impact is a very important criteria for their investment strategies. Is this A, something you see in your clients as well? And B, the question from the audience, a lot of potential impact is happening in regions where traditionally not a lot of venture investing is happening, which is Africa or Asia. Are your customers willing to look at these regions, or are you looking at these regions as an investor? How is your perception on this?
Okay, thank you. So first of all, that's interesting, your question. I just find some statistic in UBS with the investor's view on impact investment. It was in 2018, and then it was funny. So 65% of investors believe that it's very important to invest in impact opportunities, but in fact only 40% invest really in impact investment. So it's really I think like this, but I don't do like this. But that's true that we think and we see an improvement of this percent, and we believe that over 50% of the investors will invest in impact investment opportunities. But something which is true that private investors will never focus on impact investment without considering the return, and they will never sacrifice the return because they are going to invest in impact. So that's what we see in this survey. But we see that this percent of investment in impact opportunities is getting higher and higher based on the past. At your question about investing in impact opportunities in Africa, for example, that's true that in our business model, our private investors are investing in Switzerland, in Europe. But they will not invest in such countries. Maybe they will do it if they have the experience of these countries, or if they are coming of these countries, and they know about it. But that's sure that investing in these countries, it's completely different. It's another environment, and it's important to understand the environment mentality to invest in such companies. Our private investors are going to invest. They are qualified as professional investors, and they are going to invest really in what they understand and in what they believe it's going to be an interesting return. But maybe another topic, another point that show that for the moment I think it's important to not to educate but to facilitate that the private investor understand what's going on in space industry, in impact investment opportunities, and it's important to mediate and to show on the market what's going on and all the effect it's going to be positive on the economic, like all the startup and scale up in the space industry are doing now.
Thank you so much, Philip. And I think several important remarks. And one of the remarks that you raised is that in many ways, or at least there's a perception that return on impact, there might be a mismatch in the sense that if I want to have a quick return on investment, I might not get it with the similar high impact. And I think we have a very similar question from our audience. We have one question that says, from your perspective as an investor, what do you tend to prioritize, quick return on investments or innovative and potentially higher impact products? And I would like to ask this question to Sven, and Sven, maybe on top of this, do you believe that impact can actually drive returns, or is this the mismatch that we heard at least from some of the panelists that there might be a trade-off involved as well?
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe I can just jump on the prior question by saying, for emerging countries, there are some very good groups like Seedstars, which is based in Switzerland, which is doing venture capital investment in emerging countries. So they are doing a fantastic job, and anyone who wants to look at investment with impact should consider them. They are a very good group. So coming back to your question about, is there, if I understand, is there a mismatch between investing and in impact and making money? So the quick answer is no. But there is a but. It's a chicken and egg. Are the objective the impact, or is it a consequence? And I will illustrate it with a clear example, which is my first investment when I joined the VC industry in 1989. It was a company called Sandisk Corporation. And I need to take an example from the past, because it's very important to say that impact is not only something from today. But before, let me start explaining how the VC industry works. So you have on one hand investors, LPs, who invest in funds, and they are committing this money for 10 years. And during that 10 years, the GP, the investor, needs to invest to deploy this capital and need to return the money. So what I want to say by this example is time is at the center of our industry. So where does impact stand here? Today, impact is very important for LPs, absolutely clear, specifically the next generation, but also for GPs. But in the vast majority of the project backed by the VC, they are investing because the money that invests in the company will improve the way things were. And we say something in venture capital, you invest in companies that does things 10 times faster, 10 times cheaper, 10 times better. And the impact is not measured yet. Impact is not new. And I will take an example and say, I think at the center of my answer is, it's great to say I will invest in impact, but you will measure it at the end. So if you have a plan to have an impact, and most of the startups don't execute exactly their business plan, and they take twice the time, then the question is it really the impact that you were expecting? So you have to measure it after. So let me come back to my initial investment in Sandisk, which was a leader in flash memory. It was a company with just a few people when I invested. And today, I could easily present it as it was an impact investment, because the company with this flash memory basically contributed to bring a revolution in the photographic industry and allow the disappearance of the chemical development process and all the bad things for the environment. So it had a huge impact. And it helped also to create a new digital photography industry, the digital music and all that stuff. So a huge impact. But it was absolutely not the idea when we invested in Sandisk to have an impact. The measurement was at the end, and then we could conclude that it had a big impact. So we need to be very careful with the statistics that people show that these are great impact companies, because often the measurement is after the facts. But what is, as a VC, we invest in companies, and the impact will only be measured in 5-10 years. So it is therefore very important not to forget that we are there for backing entrepreneurs. Those entrepreneurs live in the current world. Most of the young entrepreneurs are very conscious about the impact, and we should not basically distract them with only focusing on impact. They will do it by definition, because any technology that allows to create a revolution has an impact. And I can give an example of, I mentioned the Dot Photon, which is one of my portfolio company. And I didn't invest in Dot Photon because of the impact, but they allow to transfer 10 times lighter images. And for the storage, it 10 times lighter as well. Huge impact for the energy. But this is a consequence, not an objective. So I just want to say that it is great to push the impact, but we don't need to overdo it, because in our world, in the venture capital, the entrepreneur basically are wanting to change the world. They know in which world they live, and they will have, by definition, an impact. And most of the companies in the funds where we invest, they have big impact, and we can go on and describe the impact. So net, I think it's something that is happening naturally, and we don't need to force it, at least in the venture capital. Large companies is a different ballgame.
Thank you so much, Sven, for this very extensive and insightful answer. We're at the end of our panel, and I just wanted to very briefly recap. I think what we've seen is that space technologies offer a very interesting investment case. We have seen very exciting examples, particularly by Gareth and Mathieu, who mentioned that this is actually an upcoming industry that we should all be looking at. We discussed also this question, impact and return on investment are the trade-off and mismatch. And I think what we discussed is there is no mismatch. And in fact, in many ways, impact is implicitly driving return on investment, but not necessarily as a hard criteria. But this is something to be on the look, because there's more and more demand also from private investors to invest in impact. We highlighted, I think, one important aspect, and I think this is where I will close, is we're still having some difficulties in measuring impact. We did not extend on this discussion indefinitely, but as Risto mentioned, this is an ongoing debate, and it's still difficult to say what is impact. And Sven also highlighted the difficulty that we can only measure impact rather a couple of years later, and this is something, a time delay that in the investment space is not really perceived as ideal. And with these couple of thoughts, I will leave it up to you to think about space for impact investing, and I'll hand over to Gaetan again, and wish you a very nice day.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, all the panelists, for this amazing session. We will make sure to note down all your insights and advices and try to implement them with Space4Impact. This to drive the new space economy from this impactful perspective. Thank you again, all of you. Now I want to announce the lunch break. So we will take a 1 hour break and come back to you at 1 p.m. Swiss time. Just in the break, if you plan to be part of the B2B meetings, so the speed dating B2B meetings tomorrow afternoon, make sure that you have registered and that you updated your registration. And if you think you will not be attending, please cancel your registration. Thank you a lot for this administrative details and listening to us throughout the morning. And I see you later at 1 p.m.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the session this morning. Welcome to the first in history Space4Impact Global Startup Pitch Competition. First of all, we would like to thank Canton de Vaud for warmly sponsoring this session and for awarding 10,000 Swiss francs to the winner of the competition. Before we start with the pitches, we will have two very great keynote sessions. And first, sponsoring, coming from the first Canton de Vaud, we have Mr. Raphael Contz from the Office of Economic Affairs of Innovation, who is going to talk about the dynamism of Switzerland and its longest story of innovation, building up on academic expertise to become a leading hub for space tech. Welcome, Mr. Contz. We are really happy to have you. The screen is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure, and I would like first to really welcome you on behalf of the Canton of Vaud authorities. So it's for this first edition, the Canton of Vaud is very proud to be a partner and sponsor of this Space for Impact, and especially for this startup competition. Let me give you the opportunity to present a little bit our ecosystem for innovation and startups, and let me dive you into this ecosystem as we are also trying to build an ecosystem that is not only dedicated to innovation, but more specifically also to aerospace. So I would like first to start with this nice success story, because you probably know that Solar Impulse has been born in Switzerland, in Canton of Vaud. You know that the two pilots, Bertrand Piccard and André Boschbeck, the two founders of Solar Impulse, did this first round-the-world solar flight with no fuel. They achieved the longest solar flight ever achieved in aviation history, with more than 40,000 kilometers. And this promotion of use of renewable energies and energy efficiency, and this really technological challenge has never been faced before. So why this challenge started in Switzerland and in Canton of Vaud? I think it's probably because Canton of Vaud and Switzerland relies on a remarkably rich ecosystem of public and private collaborators and actors operating at the cutting edge of aerospace R&D. So it's one of the many factors that contribute to our continued growth in this region, and also in the aerospace industry in Switzerland. I would like also to emphasize on the collaboration for this project between EPFL, EMPA, and different companies, and I think this is really part of our DNA. So when we talk about any ecosystem in terms of innovation in startups, we usually rely on 5 pillars. Any ecosystem relies on these 5 pillars. I would like to really go through these 5 pillars that we have in our ecosystem, especially in the field of aerospace. First, a very strong and long-term academic and research network. We have in this region probably one of the largest academic and research campus in Europe, but at least in Switzerland, more than 10% of the total population is involved in either the scientific or academic communities. It's a pool of talents. It's a lot of convergence and transdisciplinarity between the different academic and research institutions. And it's also a rich and dynamic ecosystem in the field of aerospace. We have different institutions, especially at EPFL, at the Center for Electronic and Microtechnology, the CSEM. We have also the Swiss Space Center that is also catalyzing all the different efforts in terms of collaboration at scientific and industrial level. At EPFL, the EPFL Space Centers aims to promote all the space-related research and education at EPFL through different pillars: education, fundamental research, innovative development projects. I think that's one of our, I would say, most important center of expertise in aerospace in Canton of Vaud. We have also a rich and vibrant ecosystem in the space tech industry, composed by different startups and also by different corporates that have been established in Canton of Vaud for long. In terms of startups and innovative companies, we have we are covering different fields, from nanosatellites that provide global machine-to-machine services to radio frequency antenna, waveguide and filter products based on additive manufacturing, high precision haptic interface. So different companies providing different expertise, and this is also the case from our corporates that are also based in Canton of Vaud, and these corporates provide expertise in new materials such as Decision that collaborate very strongly with the Solar Impulse project. We also have companies involved in structures and mechanisms for aerospace applications, development and manufacturing of micro electromechanical systems, optical products. This is especially from Schott Genscher. So a very diverse and rich center of excellence and competencies at industrial level. To give you some examples of companies that have been really shaping the futures in aerospace from our region, we have the ClearSpace company that is the first mission to remove debris from orbit. So ClearSpace was founded in 2018 out of the realization that on orbit services and space debris removal are vital services for the future of space exploration and operations. And it's important to have in mind that there are more than 3,000 failed satellites orbiting Earth. So all these uncontrollable objects present risk of explosions or collisions with other satellites. This is why in 2019, ClearSpace was selected by European Space Agency to lead the first mission to remove debris from orbit by 2025. Today, ClearSpace has assembled a robust industrial team and is building up the path towards sustainable space operations. And more recently, this company has been awarded to become a member of the exclusive Microsoft Global Social Entrepreneurship Program. Then also another very fast-growing startups from our ecosystem, the company Astrocast. The Astrocast, in partnership with the ESA, Airbus, the CA, and Turaya, is developing the most advanced nanosatellite network for the Internet of Things, a network of 80 operational nanosatellites in low Earth orbit. So Astrocast is basically the first nanosatellite IoT network to address this market need in remote areas and for urban applications needing satellite backup. It's important to have in mind that Astrocast raised more than 20 million and is currently raising a 65 million Swiss franc Series B to support the launch of the entire constellation. Another example is the Solar Stratos, the first solar-powered airplane to reach the stratosphere. It's also another challenge coming out from our ecosystem. This airplane is the second two-seater solar-powered aircraft in history after Solar Impulse. And the idea is the mission of Solar Stratos is to reach more than 20,000 meters, an altitude never achieved with a conventional propulsion aircraft. So these examples really demonstrate that we have a potential and a very vibrant and rich ecosystem. It's important to also remind that any ecosystem, and we already discussed about this, requires funding and requires financial contributors, especially venture capital fund. This is also something that Switzerland is performing. We still need to have more VCs, to have more investors, especially in the field of aerospace. You can see that we are quite successful in ICT, biotech, and medtech, and we have a lot of new deals and new new investment capital made in Swiss startups. The growth is quite exponential, but we still need to do better and more. In terms of supporting companies, what is the policy of the government of Canton of Vaud? First, there are two partners to really support companies. Our Office for Economic Affairs and Innovation that provide financial support mainly, and Innovo, our innovation and promotion agency that is also involved in assuring the establishment of foreign companies in Canton of Vaud. We are providing a one-stop shop offer and free of charge services going from the range incentives, tax support, innovation support, start your business, and also to recruit your talents, work permits, find premises. And we are also providing the access to a very large network of partners that we are relying on and we are supporting also financially. In terms of financing, our office can provide to companies direct incentives up to 250,000 Swiss francs. I don't want to detail, but it's based on project, and it's really to boost innovation projects and also market development. We also have a foundation that provides direct loan up to 500,000 Swiss francs in matching with investors, and we also have a funding from InnoSwiss to support projects linked with academic institutions. We have advisory, coaching, tech transfer, and innovation parks. One is dedicated to aerospace, that is the Swiss Aeroport, and of course also clusters organization that offers the access to the network of labs and companies in different fields. We have also strategic partners active in the space tech. I don't want to go in many details. We have the Swiss Space Office and also the ESABIC offering a package to entrepreneurs and incubation offers, and AP Swiss also providing also supports, financial supports, and also advisory for companies that are also dedicated to aerospace. We have this special, I would say, business park called Swiss Aeroport, offering a great opportunity to establish your business. There is an opportunity for any stage of development, and we are, of course, here to answer any of your questions in case there is interest for these business parks. Finally, and this is important for you to have in mind, that we are just now launching a new fund for supporting innovation, covering different fields, and space tech will be part of the target of this new fund. And of course, we are quite happy to support this kickoff of the Space4Impact initiative. We would like to be more active together with the partners that are delivering this initiative, and we would like to see this grow in the futures. So if you need more information, please feel free to visit our website, especially the publication in regards with the aerospace field. And of course, if there are any opportunities tomorrow or anytime to discuss in bilateral, I would be very happy to answer any questions and to discuss about any opportunities. So I wish you all the best, success for this competition, and we really I would like to finish by telling that we are very fond of entrepreneurs, and we really need you to also recover this special phase of the COVID pandemic, and we definitely need to have opportunities to diversify and to address new opportunities into the markets. And for sure, aerospace is one of these opportunities we would like to take in Canton of Vaud. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cons, for this great presentation. And we know that we can count on you and in Canton de Vaud. And now we have a very special guest. We are honored to welcome Mr. Etienne Schneider, Luxembourg economy, who is going to speak about his role as an advisor to the Luxembourg Space Agency and to the United Arab Emirates Space Agency, two leading nations to the new space tech wave. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Schneider, to enlighten us. The screen.
Okay, so hello all together. Thank you, Adela, for announcing me. Actually, as you said, I used to be the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of the Economy of Luxembourg for the last 8 years. And in February, I decided to leave government in order to go back to business. And so I launched my own consulting company in order to help companies with their problems, actually. How did Luxembourg get to the space business, to new space activities? Well, when I got minister some 8 years ago, we already developed quite a large diversification strategy for our country, mainly in domains like ICT, eco technologies, health technologies, automotive was an important one, logistics, etc. But you know, when I was talking to my fellow colleagues at European Union level, I quickly found out that actually everybody's doing the same. Every country wanted to develop these kind of activities. So, I was thinking that we should try to find something new, something where we could be first movers, at least in Europe, and have the advantage to develop a completely new business, completely new economic sector from scratch in Luxembourg. And that was actually the time when I was happy enough to meet a guy called Dr. Pete Worden, who at that time was the Director General of NASA Ames, and he wanted to see me in my office, and he was talking about me about doing business in space, about all kind of opportunities you might have in space, and also about space mining, stuff like that. And when he explained me this, I actually thought two things. First of all, what did the guy smoke before he came to your office, and second, how do I get him out of here again? But he stayed, and actually he convinced me to get more into the details and to try to learn more about this new sector, and that was also the time when he invited me to join them in the US, in California, in order to meet interesting people in new space businesses, in startups, etc. And I also thought, why shouldn't that not be a good idea for Luxembourg, especially as we have already a long history in space. I remember you that in the 1980s, the government, together with private investors, launched a satellite company called SES, Société Européenne des Satellites, which at that time was something completely crazy as well, because people did not really understand why it needs these communication satellites, why it needs sat TV, etc. When you read the discussions we had in Parliament, members of Parliament said that nobody needs satellite TV because we have our antennas on our roofs, and that's enough. We have 4, 5, 6 TV programs, and that's fine. So it was quite difficult to convince the population that this is a good idea, especially as at that time when SES launched its first satellite, there was no insurance company in the world who wanted to give an insurance on this launch. And so the government decided to give a state guarantee. We had to pass a law for that because the guarantee amounted to a total of 5% of our total annual budget. So you can imagine that was crazy discussions in Parliament at that time, but we did it, and with the result that SES is one of the biggest players nowadays, and Luxembourg as a shareholder has always had a good return of that company. So that was actually the starting point of our fundamental analysis about how to know how to develop such a new economic sector called new space. And one of the things I learned when I was discussing with these actors in the United States is that they told me that for many of them it's difficult to find venture capital because it's not quite clear if you are allowed to commercialize space. If you are allowed to possess what you find in space, to use it to commercialize it, because the only law actually which exists, or international law which exists on space, is the Space Treaty, the UN Space Treaty of 1967. But of course, at that time, nobody was thinking about doing business in space and using minerals in space, etc. So we thought that would be a bold move, to launch such a law, to have such a law, which makes sure under which conditions you can do business in space. So you need authorization from government, and on the other hand side, which gives you as an investor the security that whatever you try to or you want to commercialize in space, that this is allowed with the Luxembourg law. So that was a first move we did, and I think at that time we were the second country to have such a law after the United States. And then, of course, research and development is an extremely important issue. So we launched a dedicated research and development program in order to help these startups to finance their research, in order to attract them actually to Luxembourg. We also negotiated with the European Commission to become the headquarters of the European supercomputer in Luxembourg, because we wanted to make sure that the startups that they have the infrastructure they need in order to do their research. So now they will be free to use this supercomputer in Luxembourg. Of course, it needs a promotional campaign as well. You have to make sure that people know that you exist, especially if you're a small country then, like Luxembourg. You have to make sure. So we did quite a lot of trade missions abroad, where we presented Luxembourg, where we had pitches about what we could offer to them. But then, of course, and I think that's really an important thing as a government, you need to be fully committed. You need to show this sector that you are really serious about what you're doing, and that you really believe in it and take action. And that's actually the reason why, when I decided to launch this new activities, when I decided to launch this activity, that I went to government and I told them that I would need 200 million euros in order to get started with this new sector. And they asked me, what for? And I said, I don't know yet, but I need some money in order to get this developed. I need some money in order to invest also into some of these companies, to show them that we're serious about what we are saying. And so I got this money, and we did several investments in space startups, in space companies. One in planetary resources was not the best decision, even though that at that time everybody was talking positively about this company and its future. But there we lost some 12-13 million euros because the company didn't exist anymore at the end. So they have problems. But that's what you should know. What you have to know, if you develop something completely new, that it will be, it will not be normal that all of the companies will succeed. Then when we put all this in place, it became quite clear that we, and one of the speakers just said it before, is that we need actually a space agency. We did not have a space agency. We were like Switzerland, also always depending on the European Space Agency. But we wanted to create a space agency, but not kind of ESA or NASA, because we didn't want to, put money into research for outer space research whatsoever. But the main aim of this space agency actually is to help startups find their way, to help them put up their business in Luxembourg, to help them finding investors, etc. So that was a bold move when we started this 2 years ago. And they are really successful because they have, they have to hire staff all the time because it's overwhelming to see how many companies are interested in doing business from Luxembourg, or at least incorporating with Luxembourg or with Luxembourgish companies. And then, Raphael just spoke about that. Venture capital is really important, and you need venture capital funds. But when we try to attract venture capital funds dedicated to, or especially dedicated to space, it was quite complicated because it's quite risky investments, and was difficult to convince investors to put money into such a fund. So then we took the decision as a government to do kind of public-private partnership, and we invested half of the amount of a venture capital fund called Orbital Ventures, which was recently launched, and that fund is now investing into space companies. What it needs as well, of course, when you're talking about research and when you're talking about developing a new sector, then you need the brains. You need to either attract people to your country, or you need your university giving this kind of education. And that's when last year in September we launched a 2-year interdisciplinary space masters program, and we have also a space law program, and that's quite interesting because quite a lot of people from all over the world, by the way, were interested in doing these studies in Luxembourg. So that helps us actually to develop the workforce we will need in the future. Yeah, okay. So I see that my time is over. What I want to say, because that's quite important to me as well, we launched ASRIC a few days ago. That's the Space Research and Innovation Center together with ESA, which is extremely important to us. But also we signed quite a lot of cooperation agreements with countries like Japan, China, UAE, Czech Republic, Portugal, Poland, Belgium, and others. UAE, by the way, because Gaetan was asking about that, I'm in the advisory board, and actually they have the same aim in order to develop business, because they see that petrol will not be their future anymore, and they try to develop new interesting economic sectors, and that's what they're doing. So, and then last but not least, maybe which was important to me as well, is that we will not get into a situation as a country where we will commit the same mistakes in space that we did 250 years ago when we started industrialization of our world. So we also want to become a competence hub for space ethics, and we're working quite a lot on that in order to develop standards which should be adapted maybe one day by the United Nations in order to make clear what you can do in space and what you should not do. So as a conclusion, I think that all of these recipes, all of what we put in place during the last 4 years is a real success story, because we have now quite a lot of companies already who settled down, hundreds of jobs which were created in this sector. I know that my team told me that they have more than 100 companies still in the waiting line in order to try to work together with Luxembourg. But as I said, as a government, you really need to be fully committed in order to be successful in this. Okay, so my time is over, as I see. So I just, I'm not in government anymore, but I know that my government and my successor is open for any kind of cooperation with any kind of companies and with any kind of countries, of course. To you all, to the participants at this conference and at the competition, I wish you all the best of luck and have an interesting conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schneider, for those great insights. And actually, I agree with you. We need to be fully committed to be successful. And now, the moment that everyone was waiting for, we are glad to welcome 13 new space startups coming from 7 different countries. We will have a first group, then a special guest, a second group, a very small break, and then the third group. Please stay until the end so you can see all the amazing startups that we have, and also to see the lucky winner of the competition. In terms of the structure, they will have 5 minutes, 3 to present their startups, and then 2 for the Q&A. You are more than welcome, so the audience can also vote in the Q&A box near the screen, and also you can vote for your favorite startup in the poll box. The criteria for selection will be the value proposition, the market opportunity, and of course, the impact that they can bring to Earth and how they can actually help accelerate the UN Sustainable Goals. First, before we start with the presentation, I would like to introduce you to our expert jury. We are beyond excited to have this pool of experts. So first, I would like to present Cyril Korb, Deputy Director at ESABIC Switzerland, Raphael Rottingen, founder of E2MC Space Ventures and venture partner of Space4Impact, Lionel Artucio, advisor and incoming investment director for the Genesis Biodiversity Fund, Alessandra Rojas, sustainable entrepreneurship manager at EPFL Tech4Impact, Damian Moschetti, general manager electromechanical system at RUAG, Simon Johnson, business consultant at EPFL Innovation Park, Jean-Michel Stauffer, innovation advisor at UNOOSA, Sarah Fleischer, economic advisor at Luxembourg Space Agency, and last but not least, Jose Achage, managing director of AP Swiss. Thank you all very much for being here with us today. We are really delighted to have you. So now, with no further ado, let's start with the first startup. We would like to welcome WeGo from Switzerland.
I'm Padilla and I'm CEO of WeGo. We're using satellite technology to improve renewable energy efficiency and help in production forecasting. In this post-COVID-19 world in which we're transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy, we are discovering a new challenge, which is that renewable energy is extremely unpredictable. It's really difficult to understand how much water, snow, sun, wind we will have tomorrow in order to know how much energy we're going to be able to produce. And this becomes as a challenge for energy utilities. At WeGo, we want to be the geospatial data layer of tomorrow thanks to satellite technology, helping renewable energy generation and forecasting by reducing the imbalance for energy utilities, improving efficiency, and removing fossil fuels dependency. How do we do that? Well, basically through Earth observation and our artificial intelligence algorithms, we're going to be monitoring renewable energy sources like snow, water, and water dynamics. And with that, we're going to be monitoring energy production of renewable energy assets like dams, wind farms, or tidal power plants. And how does it happen actually? We're going to be monitoring energy resources, like in this case, snow and water for a hydropower plant. And by monitoring historical data on energy production, we're going to be able to forecast through our artificial intelligence algorithms the energy production for tomorrow, for the week later, and for months to come. Energy utilities are going to be using this information to improve distribution, generation, and optimize $15 per million watts on average. Not only that, we're partnering with the UN through the UNOOSA subdivision, and we are currently proposing 2 projects who we are asking funds for in Nepal for a flood early diagnosis system by monitoring early snow melt for flash flood detection, and in Bhutan for hydropower improvement by detecting snow and water in catchment areas where they have power plants. Currently, we're offering our services. We have 2 customers, leading customers in Switzerland and in Spain. We have advanced conversations with another 4. We're raising 1 million seed round in 2021 to start scaling up and going international. We have actually an multidisciplinary and international team, more than 4 nationalities coming from top academia and top technology companies. And we're looking for funding. We're raising a seed round now in 2021. Give us a call if you're interested. And we're looking for donors and funders for our UN projects. Thank you so much.
I'm looking for the questions from the jury and from the audience. So we have a question from Sarah. Sarah?
Hi, thank you so much. This is Sarah Fleischer from the Luxembourg Space Agency. Very, very interesting what you guys are doing. Can you tell me a little bit about your existing competitors and why your team is going to compete against them?
Hello, Sarah. Thanks for the question. So basically, the majority of the competitors are focusing primarily in only the Earth observation aspect and the satellite technology part of the problem, whereas our approach is a 360 angle coming from Earth observation directly to the energy forecasting. In order to do that, we have made partnership across all stakeholders. So we have an ecosystem of partnerships from public agencies like the European Space Agency to industrial partners in hydrology and energy traders, so that energy utilities will receive the final input and a 360 product that is going to be helping them manage energy transition and energy management. So that's basically our unique value proposition.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ian. I'm looking if we have any other questions. Yeah, so actually another question is what kind of industries are you currently targeting and what are you basically offering to them to be successful and to help them accelerate that impact that we are looking for?
We're primarily focusing in 2 segments, which is energy utilities and energy trading. Energy utilities, we're helping them into improving energy generation by optimizing, as we were mentioning, the megawatt hour production, and to the whole trading industry to make sure that they have the right capabilities in order to trade energy at the right price at the right time. Through our data set partners, we're going to be helping them better understand energy price fluctuations, and they're going to be able to understand better the competitors' energy generation capabilities. So primarily energy trading and energy utilities.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Ian, from WeGo. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Have a lovely conference.
Thank you. Perfect. So now we have rural farmers coming from Nigeria. Gabriel, the screen is yours.
Hi, my name is Gabriel, a co-founder of Rural Farmers Hub. We are an agri-tech company that develops satellite-based end-to-end solutions for farmers and farmer organizations to help them make better decisions. Our team of 15 is made up of professionals with a combined 30-year experience in geosciences, remote sensing, agribusinesses, agri-science, and software. Together, we are addressing the problem of declining crop yield affecting over 38 million farmers in Nigeria. Farmers in Nigeria are producing less food with more farmland than they did 30 years ago. We have researched this problem and narrowed it down to lack of or inadequate agricultural extension service. Even when capital is made available, most farmers don't have the data-driven insights that will improve their crop yield. This is why we developed an e-extension tool called Capture. Capture is a software bot that uses satellite data to provide personalized crop and soil health advice to farmers via SMS, voice call, or in person. Capture relies heavily on satellite data, but also has an inbuilt feedback mechanism for collecting ground truth from the farmers. This is very vital for improving the experience for farmers and corporates that develops products for the agricultural sector. Satellite data is processed by our proprietary algorithm to generate about 24 unique insights across half a dozen cash crops. Our users saw an average of 35% yield increase after applying our auto-generated advice. Capture is currently being used by 5 farmer organizations in 5 countries to service over 5,000 farmers whose revenue in the last 10 months, whose income increased by 17% in 2019. It has also generated $20,000 in revenue in the last 10 months, which amounts to 10x growth. Benefit to farmers, including the status of crop health using basic growth indicators like chlorophyll content, water stress, and weather, early detection of pest attacks, and precise fertilizer application tips. Our customers are farmers that use fertilizer, pesticides, and mechanization. There are over 100 million hectares of farmland in Nigeria. Our business model includes a subscription model that retails at $5 per hectare per month, as well as referral commissions on agri-input sales. If we are awarded this prize money, it will enable us extend our remote crop advisory service to 5,000 farming households. The goal is to increase food security by boosting crop productivity for these farmers from an average of 1.6 tons per hectare to 3 tons per hectare by 2023. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Great presentation. So now I'm asking the jury if they have any questions, just doubly checking. Okay, so we have one question from Damien. Damien?
Sorry. I apologize. So my name is Damien Moschetti from Workspace. I have questions to you, Gabriel. If I understand properly, so you are collecting data from space and you are proceeding, and then you are sending SMS or text to the people on the ground on their mobile. Have you already considered to use the people on the ground using your service as a kind of sensors that they can confirm, for example, some of the information you are sharing, or that they are able to provide you with additional information to be able to check your data and to complement your data with a service? Is it something you have already investigated, or?
Thank you. All right, thank you, Damien, for we have before launched our business pilots with third-party organizations, even the government. And we've collected ground data as well to validate some of the things that we sent to them, and the results have been really outstanding. In 2021, the GIZ, the German corporation, also expressed interest through one of their projects to also test our technology. So it's something that has been tested locally and currently about to be tested globally to be very valid for the farmers. And the result in terms of yield increase has been really, really obvious. So I recall in the first year when we tested this, we had 2 demo plots, one with our advice and one without our advice. By the end of the harvest, our demo plots had more more impact in terms of yield and also income than the other ones. So there are many ways we approach this, and so far we can tell that this is working. In terms of having sensors on the ground, there are a couple of things that may not work in our environment. But we are currently installing IoT devices in specific villages, not just for the farmers to use, but to help improve our own product.
Super, thank you so much, Gabriel. We have a second question from Alessandra.
Hi, Gabriel. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Alessandra for EPFL Tech4Impact. I was wondering regarding your product, how much of an investment it is for the farmers, or how much time does it take to recover this investment? And a second question is, how do you reach them?
Thank you very much for your question. So in terms of investment for the farmers, it is really, really affordable. Our services, so in our case, instead of relying on imagery for providing this advice, we use the data sets, the NDVIs and the other indices, which are text-based and are kind of light in processing. It makes the cost for us to operate actually much more lower so that the farmers can afford it. And then we have a gradual increase in terms of service offering where the farmer can upgrade their package to image-based solutions that are much more expensive than the basic plan. In terms of recovery, we haven't raised money yet, but we are cash flow positive because our products are evidence-based. So you try for the first 3 or 4 months, you have a chance to for the rest of the year, and then we recover our money in terms of the demos and trials. So far we've been doing well. From 2019 to 2020, we saw our sales increase by 10x, and that's actually I think is good return on investment if we had investors, let's say in 2019.
Super. Thank you so much, Gabriel. I think the time is up for the questions. Thank you so much for being here with us. We wish you a lot of luck for the end. And now we have a new startup. So we would like to welcome Latitude 40 from Italy. Gaetano, your turn.
Good morning, my name is Gaetano Volpe and I am the CEO of Latitude 40. We use space data to create information for sustainable cities through dashboard and mobile apps for citizens. The problem, the challenge of sustainability can only be achieved in cities, which will lose 2/3 of world population in 2050. As smart cities need data, but it's not easy to collect this data due to the very large area to be monitored, data availability and consistency, and the need of data scientists and experts in digital twin projects. We offer a solution based on a unified data analytics platform with 3 pillars: satellite images, artificial intelligence and automation, and dashboard and mobile apps to access to this information. A fully automated platform with a zero-code approach for everyone. Our platform manages all the value chain from data collection with satellite and drone images, IoT data source, but also demographic data, and several blocks for detection, classification, and processing based on artificial intelligence. The information can be analyzed through our dashboard, mobile app, or using connector in external application. We offer all the information that the city needs in a single dashboard with access to vegetation quality and level, buildings, roads, car, landfills, pollution, and using our own algorithms for land surface temperature, in a simple price with a software as a service model based on the dimension of the city to be monitored. What is our impact on the Earth? Our dashboard offers a new tool to mitigate the effect of urban heat bubbles, poor presence and quality of urban greenery, over-urbanization, pollution, and illegal construction. We are a space company, but we offer solutions for not space users. We work to remove technological barriers for the adoption of the technology, and we make the use of remote sensing data simple as WordPress or Shopify. We have partners to create smart cities from space, and we have also letter of interest from 10 cities in Europe to start the service in 2021. What are you looking for? investment to support our international expansion, accelerate product development, but also business partnership for the European market and for the new EU Green Deal projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaetano, for the presentation, and we are glad to know more about Latitude 40. So now I'm give the chance to the jury to ask any questions that they might have. Okay, so we have one question from Alessandra.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. A quick question. You mentioned different areas in which this data analytics can, be helpful for smart cities. Which of them would you think it's a priority right now for governments alike?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yes, can you hear me? I have some network I have some network. Oh. I am here, but I have network connection. Can you hear me? Yes, probably I have some network connection in this moment. Sorry for this. I try to answer to Alexandra. Okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, so I think we have a small technical issue.
I have a network problem.
Okay, so we have a technical issue. Alessandra, we will connect you with with Gaetano, so we can actually follow up on that question. So let's go to the next. Sorry for that technical issue. Let's move to the next startup. We have Xenia from Mission Space coming from Latvia.
Hi everyone, Mission Space is here, a Euro-based startup that builds tools for a new space economy. Although we have many vectors of operation, we'll focus on the main problem that we attempt to solve, inaccuracy in space weather forecast. It creates a radiation hazard for satellites, airplane occupants, and astronauts, as well as causes extreme currents in the electric grid and widespread blackouts, and is responsible for severe telecommunication failures. As a part of a current solution, the existing space weather satellites are operating well beyond their anticipated lifespans and are expected to fail before the replacement is launched. As a part of our solution, Mission Space offers global, real-time, data-driven predictive space weather system. We develop, build, and own advanced nanosatellites that can be replaced on a faster, regular basis. We also offer customized payload of sensors that our clients can choose from, as we operate through software-as-a-service subscription-based business model. With the space economy growing, our mission is to contribute to closing the research gap in space weather studies and lower economic losses due to unpredicted space weather events, because we believe in a widely accessible space weather frontier. At Mission Space, we aim to contribute to several sustainable development goals by increasing reactive power consumption, by excluding disconnection of parts of power grids, by bringing innovation to space industry with accelerated R&D project and own satellite manufacturing, by cutting enormous economic losses as a result of space weather lack of study, and last but not least, climate action, where we will be reducing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere through advanced satellite instrumentation. Let's explore a case study together in a non-space industry, aviation. For starters, space weather is responsible for delays on polar routes, and there are currently no universal accessible tools for getting that information regularly, cheap, and live. One plane rerun can cost up to $100,000 with approximately 15,000 reroutes happening yearly in the US airlines alone. To summarize that, the rerouting cost to US airlines can compose approximately $2.7 million daily. As a solution, we will offer subscription to our global real-time, data-driven space weather forecast system that will help airlines predict biologically harmful radiation exposure levels for aviation. As per our roadmap, we currently have our satellite prototype built and ready to launch, as we received a letter of intent from a leading Russian meteorological organization. We also finalized an MOU with a leading European space institution and are being selected for Singapore's Space and Technology Accelerator program. In the upcoming years, we will be building strategic alliances for R&D projects with space agencies and actually launch our first satellite constellation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Xenia. And now we have actually one question from our jury. Sarah, the screen is yours.
Hi, this is Sarah here from the Luxembourg Space Agency. Very interesting, and I guess weather predictions and weather data is it's being tackled by several companies already. So I would like to understand from your side, what's your go-to-market strategy? What's the low-hanging fruit that you're trying to capture that other competitors are not taking on yet? And how many satellites do you need, or how much funding do you need to provide your first reliable service?
Hi, Sarah. Thank you very much for your question. So currently, from the research that we have conducted, our main competitors are actually ground stations and huge expensive satellites that can detect the space weather events after they happen. We're currently working with leading European institutions. So we have recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the DTU Space, which is a Denmark Technical University, as well as a university from Portugal, the Coimbra University. So we're working with them to identify specifically what data they need and how we can be useful to research organizations, as well as we tackle many industries such as energy and oil and gas industries where we can improve directional drilling accuracy, where a forecast can prevent widespread blackouts and predict power outages, as well as prevent the damage to grid infrastructure. So as per our roadmap right now, we're reaching out to as many clients to get pre-contracts from supply management companies, oil and gas, aviation, like airline, GNSS providers, are closely working with scientific institutions, and yeah, seeing where we can be useful, and depending on the custom payload, depending on the information that the customer needs, we're going to equip our satellites with custom payloads, for example, a universal spectrometry semiconductor, and their quote will be calculated based on what information they will need.
All right,
I hope that answered the question.
Super. Thank you so much, Xenia. So just conscious of times, we are going to move to the last startup of the first group. We don't have any more questions for you, Xenia. We will send you if we have any more. Wait a second. Damien just raised a hand. Damien, you can ask one question now.
Yeah, just wanted, Damien from Workspace, just wanted to check the level of maturity of your solution. Have you already tested or demonstrated that it's working? Is it just a question of launching your platform, or is it something which needs still to be demonstrated?
Thank you so much for the question. So yes, we're currently technology readiness level 6. So we have the product ready. The payload is ready. We have the level 7 coming this spring with upcoming projects that we have, and we expect to launch our first satellite constellations early or mid next year.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you so much. And now let's move to the next and final startup of the first group. We would like to welcome Space for Good from the Netherlands.
So, hi, my name is Alex and I'm the founder of Space for Good. Space for Good creates geospatial innovations for social and environmental impact initiatives and is doing so by combining remote sensing, GIS and artificial intelligence with the goal of increasing the operational efficiency of our clients as well as provide data-driven transparency. We see ourselves as an innovation studio which works on an application pipeline ranging from monitoring, detection, assessment and mapping, and finally modeling and predictions. So basically detection that something is changing, what it is exactly, and then to model it to anticipate future changes. But more importantly than what we are doing is how we are actually doing it. Number 1, impact first. We are actually set up as a social enterprise, and as such our mantra is impact first, business second. Number 2, co-creation and open innovation, which are the guiding principles once we identified meaningful problems in which our geospatial data could be of added value. And number 3, the formation of joint ventures, which helps us to avoid the typical project nature and ensure the continuation of our work for local and global change makers on the ground. This approach allows us to collaborate and innovate across different sectors and applications ranging from nature conservation to humanitarian aid with the goal of to contribute to each and every sustainable development goal. Today I want to present you one of our flagship developments called Reforester. Reforester is an agroforestry monitoring and management application supporting agroforestry organizations in mixed tropical environments. Agroforestry holds the potential to finely align conservation interests with financial profitability and community involvement. At scale and improve operational efficiency for our clients, we started a joint venture with one of Southeast Asia's biggest agroforestry innovators called Asari. By combining satellite Earth observation with a drone network carrying the latest remote sensing instrumentation, we are developing a platform which helps the whole agroforestry ecosystem in their planning, monitoring, and management activities. It consists of a comprehensive and reinforcing set of applications ranging from illegal logging detection, biomass assessment, and wildlife observation, which makes it one of the most inspirational endeavors in the whole sector. On top of that, tropical ecosystems are actually one of the most difficult ecosystems to observe and model, while on the flip side, hold the potential the biggest potential to unite social and environmental impact with sustainable business models. And that's actually the sweet spot for Space for Good. As such, our mission is to empower global change makers by co-creating geospatial innovations. While this eventually should lead to a contribution to all sustainable development goals, I believe the main theme for us is the SDG 17, partnerships for the goals. And as such, my personal goal today is to find new potential partners for existing projects, form consortia for upcoming international tenders, and trigger your interest in our open innovation and hackathon activities. The next one we are actually organizing is related to COVID-19 recovery, for which we are still looking for additional sponsors and partners to join. I think that everyone participating today is sharing a similar goal, which is why I'm super excited to meet you here and hopefully have a follow-up chat on how we can help to change the world for a better. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander, so much. And now, waiting for the juries to ask the questions that they might have for you. I'm checking my box on the right, so.
I think Sarah has a question.
We have a question from Sarah.
Right.
Hi, this is Sarah from the Luxembourg Space Agency. Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to know what your business model is. How do you generate revenues? How do you make money from your customers?
Yep. All right. So you actually have a pipeline for that. It usually starts with project finance, either through hackathon financing, through direct quick scans, kind of prototyping. sessions, which kind of helps us in the first step, assessing is something useful, like kind of does space create a use case, and in the second step, is it valuable? So can we also tie in a commercial business model? Once we achieve this step, we usually try to find matching finance, either from our customers directly or from public financing instruments, which eventually should bring us to a project which is not only available for one particular client, but can be at least scaled to 2 or 3. And in the last step, we see ourselves as a technology developer and technology provider. So not the organizations who's actually changing something on the ground, not solving the actual problem, but trying to identify then those customers and organizations who are doing so, and like try to nudge them away from, okay, let's just solve our local problem towards that. Couldn't we see ourselves as a facilitator of the solution also in other regions with other organizations? And I think that's when this just joint venture nature comes into play, where we then create spin-offs, which eventually lead to kind of SaaS business models where our services are being provided to other end customers, of which Space for Good is taking a revenue share.
Super. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Sarah, for your question. So I don't see any other further questions. So I remember you that you can also continue to talk to the startups in the platform, or you can talk to us and then we can reach out to them and put you in touch. So now we are going towards the very special invitee that I shared with you before. So we are welcoming a very, very special guest coming from Brazil. I would like to introduce you to Carlos Augusto Teixeira de Moura, the president of the Brazilian Space Agency. And Augusto, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, web viewers, fellow space professionals, and enthusiasts. I find it an uplifting experience to be joining you all today to talk about the benefits of space technologies and applications and their role in helping us shape global agendas of sustainability and development. Indeed, the increased interest in space has opened up to the direct participation of private companies, and keeping high-oriented remarks aside, truth is that the sector has experienced revenue growth and an anticipated resilience that has generated positive impacts across multiple industries. From day-to-day activities that are derived from satellite signals and data, to pressing issues that encompass long-term sustainability of space operations and accumulation of space debris, space has become an exhilarating arena that brings together different players, from policymakers to researchers, innovators, and visionary investors. And if you, in one hand, space activities rely heavily on international cooperation to ensure monetary efficiency, programmatic and political stability, on the other hand, they also generate diplomatic prestige and spur economic growth, inspiring further collaboration and broadening the space community. As early 2000s, the space sector has witnessed some significant changes, including a paradigm shift that featured the disruption of the market structure dominated by government investment, accommodating an ever-growing presence of commercial actors, notably startups, public-private partnerships, and a recently, as recently addressed in a PwC report, quote, a new shared leadership between governmental and private entities, end quote. Space consistently evolved from being a tool to gain geopolitical advantage and build national pride to an attractive investment option. Unsurprisingly, Q3 2020 edition of Space Investment Quarterly reported about the continued momentum in the space economy, despite the overall shifting to remote operations because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As it turned out, leading innovative companies understood it would be wiser to leverage space technology to create competitive edge. That makes sense, as the integration of satellite data, existing statistics, and ground-based information were and will remain critical to deliver timely, relevant, and dependable information, enabling governments, businesses, communities, and citizens to make evidence-based decisions whenever the moment calls to it. Space startups have wisely identified this market opportunity and have been capitalizing on digitalization, the Internet of Things, and the provision of new forms of data analytics. As highlighted in the said investment publication, quote, "In times of uncertainty, business leaders are hungry for insights and information, which is exactly the type of data that space companies provide," end quote. Interestingly, in 2019 alone, startups, space ventures attracted $5.7 billion in investments, beating all previous records and indicating a trend of forward-looking investors that were willing to finance a wide range of space technologies. As listed in a Forbes review, those technologies included small rockets that deliver people and payloads to space for research, industry, and recreation, high-resolution Earth imaging for environmental monitoring, satellites for communication and data sharing on and off planet, and mining the solar system for precious metals. Aware of this changing scenario, the Brazilian Space Agency has long recognized the need to stimulate the private sector to become involved with the space activities. Additionally, the agency acknowledged the relevance of having dialogue channels with commercial actors, well-structured and finely tuned. In an effort to have those demands properly addressed, the agency has designed and put together with the Technology Park of São José dos Campos, the Brazilian Space Industry Forum, which reached its 4th edition earlier this year. The forum created a new business space environment in Brazil, a platform in which space authorities and stakeholders got to discuss on the constraints and opportunities for this vibrant sector, exchange insights and referrals, explore potential for collaboration and partnership, and ultimately strengthen the entire value chain of that strategic industry. New Future and Decade 2020, space trends were included in the agenda, with topics range from value-added services like geoinformation and Earth observation applications to space mining and financing. We do believe we are establishing bridges for the connection between our space industry and the whole space market. It's always remarkable to remember that Brazil has a continental territory, a large maritime coast, and highly competitive economic sectors such as agribusiness and oil and gas. So we have big challenges, and we do need a wide range of space-based solutions. Now, to commercial space opportunities, I avail myself to recall that this May, the Brazilian Space Agency has issued a public call for launch providers to use the Alcântara Space Center. Said notes was publicized to identify national and foreign companies interested in carrying out orbital and suborbital launches operations from the Brazilian spaceport. Additionally, it also served to provide interested parts with information on the contractual process, including licensing requirements and authorization for space launch, something we are doing with the Brazilian Air Force. Alcantara, built in the early 80s, has a complex, unique features that include, inter alia, a privileged location being 300 kilometers close to the equator than any other active spaceport, proximity to the sea, low population density, and low density of air traffic. The signing of the Technology Safeguards Agreement with the United States in March 2019 to establish the process to support US launch from Brazil has shed light on the untapped launch service potential of the country. As this is a kickoff event to raise awareness about space technologies and applications, connecting businesses, investors, organizations, and startups, I sense I speak to the right audience when I say, come do business in Brazil as well. In times of uncertainty and liquidity, rest assured that Brazil is a safe and unmissable bet. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Muito obrigada, Mr. Teixeira de Moura. Thank you so much for those great insights and for sharing with us more about the Space Agency of Brazil. So now let's continue with the second group of the startups. Please don't forget to vote for your favorite startups and to also ask your questions. So next startup is coming from England, and we have Anthony represented Satellite View. Sorry, I have just heard that we are going to have a 5 minutes break before we go to the next startup. So let's get a little break, grab a coffee, and then see you in 5 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed this mini break. So let's continue now with the second group of the startup pitches. And please, as I said before, don't forget to vote in the poll and also to ask any questions in the Q&A box. So coming from England, our next startup is Satellite View.
Hello, I'm Anthony Baker, CEO and founder of Satellite View. I've helped build and scale up several satellite companies, some of which have exited for over $1 billion. Satellite View is going to launch some unique infrared satellites that can measure the heat output from any structure on the Earth. This is useful for our customers for economic activity monitoring and environmental purposes. Satellite View is working with partners such as Surrey Satellite, University of Oxford and the European Space Agency to launch our first satellite in 18 months' time. Buildings contribute 40% of all carbon emissions, but many companies have pledged to get to net zero carbon. But right now, there's no way to verify the operational sustainability of a company. Every company has the same challenge. What is the current footprint? Where should we spend our first dollar to make it better? And did that spend actually make a difference? Satellite View has a solution. Today we are limited with visible imagery, but with Satellite View's thermal picture, we can create real-world building performance metrics. Our satellite has a unique infrared camera with 3.5 meter resolution, 40 times better than what's already available. And with our IP, we can calibrate and sharpen those images, produce 3D models and insights that our customers value. Our data provides critical insights for the SDGs. For example, our energy efficiency. We can detect urban heat islands and areas where there might be fuel poverty. We can verify the performance of net zero targets and identify pollution and thermal outflows. And in climate action, we can detect, identify and verify the impact and mitigation actions. We have commercial traction of over 130 companies with 24 letters of intent. Our camera is built and being flown on aircraft to collect early data. And we're developing our IP with the seed money that we have raised, ready for pre-launch contracts in next year and a Series A and ultimate launch of the satellite in 2022. We're looking for partners that add value to our data and to apply for grants with us, customers who value our insights and investors to take us to the next stage.
Thank you so much, Anthony. So now the jury, if they have any questions, please raise your hands. Okay, so we have one question from the audience. What can we measure on Earth with the thermal imagery? Why do we need this?
Good question. So the purpose of our sensor is to be able to measure all the waste energy that we have. So right now, there's no way of measuring at a building level resolution where we're wasting energy and what needs to be fixed first. So with our data, you can do this in a standard way and see if companies are getting to net zero or not.
Very well, thank you so much. We have one question from Damien.
Yes, Damien from Workspace again. Just a question about about the business model. In fact, I think your USP, if I understand properly, is the sensor, your camera, basically. And I'm not so sure. Are you willing to build your own constellations, or are you willing just to have a kind of payload that you will be able to embark in other platforms?
So we're looking at very high resolution, so 3.5 meters. So it dominates the satellite. So the satellite is the size of a minibar, and it's also an agile satellite, so it needs to be pointed in many directions in order to get the revisit rates that we're looking at. So we can host other sensors, but our sensor is not friendly to be hosted by others.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Thank you, Damien, for your question. And next, let's welcome Compare, coming from Switzerland. Amael, your turn.
At Compare, we believe in a world without material waste. Human beings like you or me are able to live for 80 years, but most of the products we use every day last only a few years. This is a paradox now. And for us, that's exactly how it started, being inspired by nature to extend the lifetime of composite applications. Composite materials are applied to many industries thanks to their lightweight properties. They can be made of glass, carbon, or natural fibers embedded in a resin to create structural components. These materials are typically used into sports, marine, wind, aerospace, and space applications. Even though they are very great, there is a big issue during their lifetime. Small cracks that grow more and more until catastrophic failure. And this is a global problem. Because on one side, people start to repair such kind of damage, and this costs $17 billion per year. But not only that. For many applications, people just replace parts, generating a very high amount of waste that for 90% of them are not recycled. This raises big question of lifetime management as well as sustainability, and with Compare, we are bringing the solution to reduce maintenance costs while having a positive impact on the environment. Our solution? Those textiles that are pre-impregnated with our magic chemistry. We sell those to part manufacturers and OEMs for them to manufacture full composite parts, hockey sticks, boat parts, or space structures, for example. And these have new functionalities. An ultra-fast and efficient repair, as well as an efficient recycling. To demonstrate our technology, we manufacture several demonstrators, but specifically that one, which is typical of the aerospace industry. We impacted it, and in the middle of your screen, you can see a typical damage. For you, it might be just a small spot, but for the industry, this is already critical, and people will spend many hours to repair it. With our solution, this is simple. You come with a heat gun at 150 degrees for 1 minute, and it's done. You recover all the initial mechanical properties. The beauty of this technology is that we can extend our product portfolio to best meet the market needs. With Compare, we can touch the entire composite industry. We have now an industrialized product, the Hilltech series, that has been shipped to the first client into the marine and sports industries. And we are currently fundraising to secure our market penetration. In parallel, we integrated the ESABIC Switzerland Startup Incubation Program, during which we had the opportunity to get the first compatibility assessment of our products for space-related applications. Our vision at Compare is to provide full circularity to the composite industry by allowing efficient repair and recycling. Such circular economy model has demonstrated the potential to save up to 50% of composite resources, which is totally in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 12 and 13. My name is Amael Coad, I'm CEO of Compare, and this development directly follows my PhD thesis. Together with the incredible Compare team, we are the perfect combination to succeed and make a large impact with this technology on the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amael. And now we have one question from Rafael.
Yeah, hi, thanks for the presentation. So I was wondering, I understood the entire industry is 90 billion size, the repairs are 17 billion, but what do you think the market size for your product service will be in the end?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. So if we consider the entire globally, the composite industry and the level of the value chain we are at, this is more or less $8 billion potential in here for specifically the product that we have now onto the market. Now, if you look at composite material specifically for space application, this is between 1.5 and 2, because in value this is quite tremendous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Do we have any other questions from the jury? Okay, Damien.
One more for me, Damien Moschetti from Workspace. Just curious about the certifications, for such kind of application space and aeronautic. There is certification which is mandatory. How far are you, and have you already proceeded with that? So basically, are you ready to be on the market, or is it on the roadmap?
Yes, thanks a lot for the question. This is a long way to go, and this is for sure, and this we are aware of it. This is why I'm not hiding the fact that our first markets are marine and sports, but this is also one of our strategy to go in parallel, and specifically thanks to the ESABIC program, we could get first testing, especially at the end of this summer. We got the first outgassing test. Our material passed entirely all the outgassing tests that we did by an external party. On top of that, we manufacture composites with high performance carbon fibers that are typically used in the space industry. And again, here we got mechanical properties validation or testing by third parties. It was by the Fraunhofer Institute in Germany. So that's first hints of what we can do. And then once we have all the green lights, then we will go for the certification. And of course, this will take time, but this was the first step for us.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mel. So let's go to the next startup. So we have Dimaxion coming from Argentina.
Hi everyone, I'm Federico from Buenos Aires. I'm co-founder of Dimaxion Labs. Thanks for having us in this pitch competition. About the company, we were founded in 2018 in Argentina. Backed by the UNICEF Innovation Fund, our solution detects patterns in geospatial imagery to address the Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, 11, and 13. This is an illustrative example of how it works. Imagine you need to locate each school in the city of Tegucigalpa, Honduras. Same case with informal settlements, landfill, or flood areas. Our solution allows you to get a quick baseline model based on your imagery and ground data. Feed our API with pictures of 50 school locations, wait 6 hours to train the algorithm, and it will locate potential schools in just 10 minutes. You can reuse the model to locate schools in similar cities with only 5 lines of Python. Our pricing is flexible, so you can scale at your pace. Each package also contains storage and dedicated data scientist support. It includes free credits when you sign up at app.dimaxionlabs.com/try. We believe to track the SDGs, we require to analyze the big picture. Let me show you an example of the impact of drought in Argentina. The outcome was lower yields in plant farming production, decrease in corn and soybean yields that caused a 1% decrease in GDP, and a big rise in the exchange rate. This situation impacted less resources for informal settlements upgrading and climate change-related policies. Let me show you some projects we made to track these kind of scenarios. We mapped informal settlements in 6 cities of the region in Argentina: Peru, Paraguay, Uruguay, Honduras, and Guatemala. Partnered with the UNICEF Innovation Fund, development banks, and NGOs, we released the code of the methodology as open source and the maps and datasets as open data. We mapped soybean, corn, and wheat in the whole agricultural area of Argentina, about 30 million hectares. We work in this project with different agricultural companies in the region, like Bayer Crop Science. We believe that the links between poverty and crop yields cannot be fully understood without reliable estimate of crop area and yields. The last project I want to show you is about the link between deforestation and informal settlements creation. In this case, we partnered with the Inter-American Development Bank and a drone company in Brazil to track deforestation in the Amazonas to predict the formation for vulnerable areas. The outcome was an informal settlement drought prediction map based on deforestation patterns. For the next years, we plan to go deeper in our solutions related to crop monitoring and informal settlement tracking. In particular, we are trying to add algorithms related to this field to our API, like field border delineation for agriculture. We plan our commercial expansions first to Brazil, then American, and then to jump to Europe. Particularly, we are looking for clients with a presence in Latin America and the US, like agricultural companies and insurance companies. On the investment side, we are looking for experienced investors in the space, tech, and machine learning verticals, with a track record in impact investing. Well, thanks for having me and Space4Impact.
Thank you so much, Federico from Dimaxion. And we have one question from the jury. Cyril, you can ask the question.
Hi, this is Cyril from Isabelle, Switzerland. My question is, who do you see as your biggest competitor, and what do they like better than you?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Regarding competitors in agriculture, there is some companies, mostly in US and other developed countries, to monitor crops and creating some bigger area indexes. And for informal settlements, I think yeah, we are one of the first companies trying to approach this kind of analytic in some bigger areas. There is some effort in Africa, mostly from World Bank, but for startups, I think we are one of the first of that.
Thank you, Federico. Do we have any other question from the jury or from the audience? I don't think so. Alessandra.
Hi, Federico. Thanks for your presentation. Alessandra here from EPFL Tech4Impact. I'm just wondering, what are the actual applications of the data that your different customers can have? Is it more? Have you seen more research based, or is it to develop any additional programs from it?
Yeah, great question. Regarding the informal settlements mapping, our clients, we have different clients. For example, telcos, for example, insurance companies, and development banks. The development banks support government to, for example, targeted transfers of money to people living there, so they need up-to-date data. And from telcos and insurance companies, okay, the growth of these kind of areas regarding the intersection with the city and yeah, the growth of per-urban areas. They need analytics to measure, for example, the public services demand. Thanks.
Very clear. Thank you so much, Federico. And now let's go to the last page of the second group. We would like to welcome ExoLabs coming from Switzerland. Break your...
I'm Mike. I'm the CEO from ExoLabs, and I want to show you how we contribute to sustainable development. As you know, our world is changing. Not only society, but in particular the environment. Thanks to satellite data, we can map these environmental changes daily on a global scale. But the challenge is to turn these images into information. And that is what we are doing with ExoLabs. About vegetation, but also about the hydrosphere, amount of snow, or the water stored in the snow. Our products are unique in terms of spatio-temporal resolution. It means we are working on 20 by 20 meter pixel scale, providing this information near real time. We cover the entire Earth, and the accuracy of our products is outstanding even for research. We increase customer efficiency, we reduce the costs of our customers, and we even give a competitive advantage to them. Our impact, in terms of snow, we can map the water stored in the snow package. This is important in terms of hydropower as a renewable energy, but it also enables better management for agriculture, reduce crop losses, saving jobs. But we not only map snow, we also map forests and crops. And of course, this is important for forest conservation, protecting wildlife, climate change mitigation, but again, also for sustainable agriculture and support sustainable food system. we had already a lot of projects, research projects with the national space agencies, but also with governmental and non-governmental organizations. We are supported inter alia by Climate Launchpad, Swiss Alliance for Data-Intensive Services, and Parsec, a European Union-funded accelerator. We want to have projects with companies active in the field of sustainable development, from the agriculture sector, from the insurance sector, from the food sector. So, what we do is a call for action. We have the ideas, we have the products, and we have a lot of references from research organizations labeling our products as best on the market. So, we need you to turn our innovation into real impact. Thanks. We are Exolabs and we are your eye in the sky.
Thank you so much, Rick, for sharing more about Exolabs. Now, back to the jury. Do you guys have any question for Rick? So I have one question from the audience. So what is the frequency rate you can update your data? It is sufficient for your applications.
So our data, we have a continuous data stream, so soon from acquisition into our products. So there's a delay, there's a gap, of course, depending on the satellite system between 2, 3, 6 hours. Normally we update our products every day in the morning at 6. It's just a date we defined. But the data come in continuously and the product is updated internally as soon as new data is there.
Perfect, very clear. Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions from the jury for Rick? I think you were, we have one question from Sarah.
Hi, this is Sarah from the Luxembourg Space Agency. Can you tell us a little bit about your target market and how big that one is?
Mm-hmm. So as quite often in Earth observation, the market is rather wide. So we're providing data, so we are in the value-added service market. We're focusing right now on the energy sector because we started with the tourism sector. There we have the global lead as a customer already. So now with the same product, we go to the energy sector, in particular for hydropower. With the same product, we will target the insurance sector in the next step in terms of flood predicting. We're targeting with the same product, the agriculture sector, in terms of providing information, how much water is available for irrigation. So there's this famous snow drought topic. So the market is rather big. Our focus market, hydropower right now, has a volume of like $4 to $5 billion, what they could save with including our products. So that is where we focus on right now with a snow water equivalent. So with one tiny part in our portfolio.
Super.
So it's a matter of priorities and resources.
Very good. Thank you so much, Rick, for answering the question, and thank you, Sarah, as well for your question. So now we are getting closer to the end. We still have one group remain, and before we continue with the startup pitches, we will take a 2 minutes small break. See you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So now we are going to enter into the third group. We still have four more startups to finish this competition, and then we will know who is the lucky winner. So let's go. Now, our next startup is actually Space4, coming from Spain. Javier, your turn.
Hello everyone, my name is Javier and I will be presenting EO for Demographics on behalf of Space4. I thank you for this opportunity and hope that by the end of this presentation, our solution will be deemed as truly disruptive. Space4 is an Europe-based company focused on providing Earth observation solutions. The solution presented here retrieves demographic information in places where census and registration data are unavailable, inaccurate, or outdated. This tends to be the case in very low and low-income countries. EO for Demographics fills this gap in a reliable and efficient way for only a small fraction of the cost and time associated with a census. Our revenue model is based on a recurrent service scaled by the square kilometer. Our innovative approach relies in the use of satellite imagery and ancillary data, some obtained in situ, that are fed into a geostatistical model that predicts disaggregated demographic variables in a 100-meter population grid. This grid is augmented with the original data, which provides insight into environmental and socioeconomic status. All this information is made available through a web-based GIS platform and an API. EO for Demographic applies to the sustainable goal number 3 through its use in the public health sector. Knowing the target population, denominator, is paramount in the planning and evaluation of vaccination campaigns. We have already provided this service to UNICEF for their immunization programs in Chad and Mozambique during 2018 and 2019. Our roadmap includes developing a better population product, and it is currently aimed toward health of initiatives and the exploration of new markets. This is a strong product that provides crucial demographic information and performs exceedingly well by current standards. Our needs are to expand our clients in the health sector, open new markets, and gain funding. This is our contribution, from space to Earth. We will be taking questions now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javier. Do we have anyone from the jury who would like to ask a question? So we have Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much for your presentation. Can you tell us a little bit about your team and why your team is capable of taking this challenge?
Yes, we have employee experience more than 10 years. We have a team of engineers, Earth observation specialists, and software developers. We are a spin-off from a space agency in Latin America, and thus I think that we fill all the gaps for the technical part of the solution.
Super. Thank you. And then we have a very quick one, so you can just, so I see, can you provide, from the audience, can you provide your census services using aerial drone imagery?
Yes, we are working in developing a Copernicus-based service, but using aerial information will give us more detail, so we will be able to perform better.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Javier.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. So next, let's welcome Teixeira, coming from Switzerland. Frank?
Hi, I'm Frank de Morzier, the CTO and co-founder of Teixeira, a startup company based here in Lausanne, nearby the EPFL campus. Did you know that Earth observation is undergoing a similar but faster transformation than the GPS technology? From a few governmental satellite missions 40 years ago to nowadays massive launch of satellite constellations, balloons, and drones expanding everywhere, all that is providing very high resolution imagery and videos, and even now multiple times a day. Earth observation applications are completely redefined, and Pictera's mission is to allow anyone to gain insight by being able to search our planet's surface in real time. The verticals directly impacted by this transformation today are actually only the tip of the iceberg, as Earth observation information is penetrating into all industries. And this won't happen without the help of AI and machine learning, but it needs to be made accessible. This is where Pictera comes in. No need to be a machine learning or data science expert. We make it transparent for you. Pictera, it is a self-service SaaS platform, allowing anyone to create, train, run detectors on satellite and aerial imagery. It has an optimized human-machine interaction, access to imagery, and a large library of pre-trained detectors without large upfront costs. Pictera benefits also from strong network effects. With an increased usage of the platform, the pre-trained models are improving, and new and diverse use cases become addressable. As a software as a service platform, we have a subscription model. The startup plan gives flexibility to companies still discovering new use cases and extending their portfolio of services. The professional plan goes with a more regular flow of services. And finally, the tailored enterprise plan for most demanding customers. Earth observation analytics, they are key in monitoring and achieving the SDG. Applications using Pictera are ranging from precision agriculture with the mapping and counting of crops, down to wildlife monitoring for the assessment of biodiversity conservation efforts. And this is happening right now. Here are some of our customers directly having a positive impact out there. The African Wildlife Foundation is working on conservation with Pictera. Humans in the Loop is empowering migrants with digital skills using Pictera. And PowerOn is electrifying rural African villages with the support of Pictera. There are many more use cases within our community of now more than 7,000 users around the globe. Leaders in this self-service creation of customized detectors, we are now working on expanding our ecosystem to become the one-stop shop for Earth observation data, workflows, processing blocks, and on-demand analytics. So everything needed to enable a full new range of services. We are looking for bold investors, also with the desire to really drive the change and democratization of this EO geospatial industry. So join us in our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frank, for your presentation. We have one question from the jury, Rafael.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I was curious, how do you guys see yourselves competing with the increasing number of startups which are specializing in industry verticals, whether that's agriculture or oil and gas or whatever?
Yeah, sure. Actually, that's where it's interesting to see that we are not really competing with them. For some of them, they actually would directly work with us, and we would be more in a partnership kind of situation. Because we can really see us as a kind of a middleware layer, where people, and most of the time, actually service providers, are actually building on top of Pictera in order to address deeply certain verticals.
Great, thank you so much, Frank. I like to see that we start bringing partnerships together. That is where the magic happens. We have a next question from Damien.
Yeah, maybe I will complete the questions from Rafael, and now I will take my cap of kind of big space company. So how do you compete against the big players like, the one owning the platforms, delivering, owning the data, delivering the services like, Airbus or such kind of big company? So what is your USP compared to these kind of companies with some firepower in terms of market access, in terms of development, etc.?
So maybe to get the two big names in there, Airbus and Maxa. If you look at what's happening, actually, Maxa, for instance, they had their GBDX platform that was there. They are actually settling it down, and they are transforming that a bit back in a different ways. They saw that actually they are there to serve, I would say, really the institutional, the governmental organization, but the long tail is not for them. And I think some they are quite aware of that. I mean, Airbus is very aware of that. On one side, they have VP42, but we are reseller of Airbus, for instance. We discussed with them about their analytics toolbox. So it's a very complementary thing where they realize that they cannot basically just empower everyone, because actually the structure that they have, even the structure of their company, doesn't directly allow that. They will not be able to do it even alone, even if they are that big, I would say. And that's where us, the way we are structured, goes in this idea that we really empower in a very distributed way, and the long tail really, and allows to penetrate in these new sectors where they are not established yet.
Thank you so much, Damian and Rafael, for your questions. So then let's move to the next startup. So we have IceTech, represented by Carles.
Welcome to IceTech Space's pitch for Space4Impact. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing activities, or IUU, result in the estimated loss of 11 to 26 million tons of fish each year, with a value of between $10 and $23 billion. These losses translate into adverse effects in terms of food security, employment, and trade and economic well-being for people around the globe. This problem is at the heart of UN Sustainable Development Agenda Target 4, Goal 14, which calls for actions to effectively end IUU fishing activities. This, however, is challenging. Coastlines are vast, and authorities often lack the technical and human means to monitor and manage them. Further, connectivity in many maritime zones can be low to non-existent. To solve this challenge, IceTech Space is developing a maritime security system using its own first-in-kind, high-resolution, high-frequency thermal imagery from small satellites. By combining thermal imagery with other sources, such as emitted signals from declared vessels, we can identify and characterize legal versus IUU fishing activity along coasts and other areas of interest. We can then display this data in a custom platform, as seen here, that alerts authorities about undeclared vessels and provides an estimation of their size, position, and next movements to enable them to respond in near real time. IceTech Space's maritime security system enables organizations to monitor large areas at a fraction of the time and cost of non-space-based methods, and can provide information about remote, disconnected areas. Our first-in-kind high-resolution thermal imager can use heat signatures to provide information about what vessels are doing in a way that is not possible with synthetic aperture radar imagery. And it can provide images independent of light conditions, which is not possible with visible imagery. Further, a constellation of 20 thermal-enabled small satellites will be able to provide a revisit time of between 0 to 6 hours anywhere in the world. The revenue model for our solution is based on an initial fee for a customized platform that can range from 20 to 50,000 euros, and a recurrent monthly fee of around 5,000 euros, which will include custom data views, alerts, and reports to deliver timely, actionable intelligence. Our primary customers will be government and international organizations with missions related to maritime security. IceTech Space has already built this first-in-kind thermal imager and is ready to launch today. We are seeking a Series A round of 3 million euros to help us launch 2 satellites carrying this payload and become the first company to provide commercial high-resolution thermal images from space. In parallel, we are preparing a 20 to 25 million Series B round that will enable us to launch a full constellation of thermal-enabled satellites and provide high-resolution images in near real time anywhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia, for the presentation. And now we have Carles to answer any questions that the jury might have. So we have one question from Cyril.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. So you quickly talked about customers. Did you check with those customers if they're willing to pay the amount that you basically have foreseen? Did you have any first commitments from customers?
Yeah, for sure. We have tested not only the interest, but as well we're preparing the beta test with some of the international authorities to begin to control and to monitor the illegal activities in the sea and the coastal. So they are able to pay, of course, for the new information that we will be able to provide from space.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carlos. Do we have another question? I saw one of the hands raised in the chat. So
so basically I saw the question. So we consider that there is a very interesting opportunity because we will be the first small satellite constellation that will provide high resolution and high frequency with on-demand thermal imagery. So basically there is, I don't know if the right word is a blue ocean, but we're in we hope in the right moment, in the right position, to be one of the first in this new exciting sector.
Right, and I have one question from the audience. So, how do you think your solution could be potentially interesting for investors and corporates? Why they will be interested?
Well, so basically, so for corporates, there is a lot of big corporates that aim to incorporate our image to their systems. So it doesn't make sense to try to compete with a huge company. So basically we will be the partners. So basically we will be integrated in the value chain of this kind of companies.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the answer.
Thanks to you.
Thank you. So let's move to our last pitch of the competition. So last but not least, let's welcome Rafael from Nematics.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present Nematics today. My name is Rafael Heb, and together with my co-founder Silvan Gantenbein, we are introducing a new high-performance polymer 3D printing technology for space applications. Highly specialized markets, and in particular the space sector, have a demand for high-performance parts in low volumes. In these markets, traditional manufacturing comes with several disadvantages, and additive manufacturing does often not yet deliver the required quality. This especially prevents polymers from being used in critical applications. In order to overcome these limitations and to fully benefit from the lightweight potential of polymers, we have developed pneumatic 3D printing. At Nematics, we're pioneering the use of liquid crystal polymers for additive manufacturing, and by combining our materials with an optimized extrusion system and special design algorithms, we can offer high-performance, lightweight parts which clearly outperform current benchmarks in polymer 3D printing, and they even rival metal and composites additive manufacturing. For the production of space components, we can offer a low-volume production solution which is competitive and produces the highest performing polymeric parts. In addition, we also envisage in-orbit additive manufacturing because our materials and technology are ideally suited to operate in weightlessness. At Nematics, we're highly committed to sustainable development. In our target market medical, we will offer patient-specific medical devices at affordable costs because our technology is suitable for point-of-care production directly in hospitals. We will also greatly reduce overproduction and the waste of valuable resources because our materials are fully recyclable. Production emissions will be reduced by as much as 80%, and from local on-demand production, we can greatly reduce logistics and shipping. It is our ambition to become the cross-industry reference technology for the highest performing polymer parts. We will focus on 3 target markets: industrial, space and aerospace, and medical, for which we anticipate different times to market. Industrial is the least regulated market with the fastest market entry, followed by space and medical. We are currently looking for partners and key accounts in our target markets and can already offer AM prototyping services and joint development projects. And we expect an external funding need by the end of next year, for which purpose we have already started looking into different financing options. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Rafael. And now questions from the jury. It's the last startup, so I'm pretty sure that you have a lot of questions that you haven't asked before. So we have one from the audience. What is the current TRL of your technology? I guess it's based in your technology.
Well, in terms of space technologies, we're still in the basic material characterization phase. We have performed first testing with the help of STEC and showed that the material has very low outgassing and high resistance to thermal cycling. In the industrial segment, we are a bit further. We're already in first qualification rounds with customers, and the applications there are currently mainly electronics, from which the material originates. So LCP is widely known in the electrical connector business as of today.
Super. Do you have any current clients on that front?
Yes, so we work with large electronic connector companies in order to implement our technology. They're mainly looking for low volume production opportunities, and we think that 3D printing will give an advantage there over traditional manufacturing, such as injection molding.
Super. Thank you. Rafael. Do we have any other questions from? Yes, we have one question from Alessandra.
Thank you. Hi, Rafael. Thank you for your presentation. Alessandra from EPFL Tech for Impact. You mentioned different sectors in which your technology can be applied to, but which one of them would you see has the biggest potential for impact?
I think long-term, the medical sector has a very large impact because if we could provide the technology to produce medical devices directly at hospitals, this would greatly improve patient care and reduce also recovery costs and also times, and make medical devices much more affordable. But this is, of course, a long way to go. But it's definitely our target to have a great impact in the medical sector as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rafael, and thank you, Alessandra, for your question. Good luck for the competition. So we are to the end of the 13 great startups that you presented. So I hope you enjoyed the pitches, and I hope as well that you learned the amazing potential that space technologies they can bring to our Earth and to your organization. So while the team is counting the votes from the jury and from the audiences, we are going to put a little video, and we will welcome again Mr. Raphael Kunz from Canton of Vaud, who is going to announce the winner.
So hello again. So now I have the great pleasure to present the results of this competition. First, I would like to address my warm congratulations to all entrepreneurs. I think we have been very much impressed by all the different projects, companies. This show really the diversity and the opportunities that these sectors offers for impacting our world and our society. So now I'm really pleased because, I would like also to mention that I was not part of the jury. I'm pleased because the winner is a company we already know in the region, and without making everybody wait too long, I announced the winner of this first competition in regard with this Space4Tech Impact, Space4Impact, and the winner is the company Compare, and I really congratulate Amael for his very great presentation and the great opportunities that your company offers, and especially in new sustainable materials and yes, all the technology that you develop. Thank you very much, and congratulations. I think we can applaud even if we are online, and I would like really to congratulate you and your team for this being the first winner of this new competition. Thank you very much.
Okay, so congratulations, Compare. We are really happy. So thank you, everyone. We are at the end of the pitch competition. Sorry for being a little bit late. Thank you for being with us for our first in history startup global pitch competition of the Space4Impact. We hope to see many, many more coming. And please contact us to tell us how we can do better. If you want to be part of our ecosystem, we are looking forward to work together. Thank you so much, and see you very soon. Bye.